Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be continuing as the Ottomans with the More Unique Companies mod, which adds hundreds of new unique companies. Apparently, this mod has gotten updated since we played yesterday, specifically some more prestige goods in areas, and one of the areas that was updated was where we were playing. And so we're excited to see that. I believe that the Oriental Railway or Railroad now gives prestige transportation, which I am excited to kind of play around with. Of course, we cannot slot this in yet. We need to not have the sick man of Europe specifically. And so, but prestige transportation is kind of an interesting one, where I think that, I don't know if the prestige, you can simultaneously be a prestige consumer good and a prestige industrial good. I suppose you can, but there's so many different things that use transportation as a PM, especially every agrarian thing, but also every railroad thing, or sorry, every labor-saving PM in all the mines and all this type of stuff, which isn't necessarily a large portion of their inputs, but to the extent that it is, you will get throughput off of it. And so I was thinking that this is actually maybe one of the better things to get a prestige good on. Especially if you want your pops to overconsume it, which drives down the price of the subsidy of the railroad. Nice to see some victory after a cold day of work. It rained. Oof. Hey, Yankees fan. I almost called you Nikes fan. We're bringing it back. Never been here so early. You have never been here so early. Hello, Mercy. Let's go. Hey, everyone. Welcome, welcome. So we are going to be playing more with this. I really love this mod. I think that this mod is so good for this patch. I think we're going to do a video on it for Monday, which is tomorrow. But in particular, just generally very excited by having so many options and thinking through like the Tetrising of companies. But I think that we don't really have another good precision tools option other than Kupus. We could go after Greece and take it for Kupus. And I think that precision tools as a prestige good is probably pretty good, just overall. Trying to think through what's optimal for multiplayer is actually just super crazy, because it's probably a mutual equilibrium, where you want to focus on things that other people are not focused on and specialize, and you really benefit a lot when everyone fights over one thing and you just grab the other things. It's a bit interesting. Also thinking of like foreign investment as well, where if they get a company HQ in your territory, it's not necessarily turbo bad if you really get a lot of benefit from the company construction bonus. I mean, it's really bad, but it's maybe not as turbo bad as I was thinking it was initially. Hey, London Simmer. Welcome, welcome. Hey, you bestie. How you doing? I wish there was an icon for identifying special regional companies that are unique. I do too. I think that the company UI is definitely it's kind of okay for vanilla. Because there's really not a ton of company options in vanilla, but when you are using this mod, the UI is actually really frustrating because there's so many things, and you wish you could sort things, you wish you could tell what's regional specific without having to hover over establish. There's a ton of space in the UI for this type of thing if you were so inclined, right? Like there's space here in the UI, there's space here in the UI, and so it kind of would be preferable. I think we're going to go generic. I didn't even see Kupus when we were looking for it. We don't have the territory for it, though. But it is the Greek company, and the reason why we were kind of maybe a little bit less enamored with Kupus, specifically, is because we're planning on going for a different industry. Yeah, it's going to take us forever to find Kupus. It is the Greek company, though. In theory, we could swap to Greece and then take a look at it, and then swap back, but then we would break all of our auto-expands. Unless there's more... So here's Kupus. We already want to do an engine company, and what Kupus can add is automobiles, but our engine company we want to do adds automobiles, so it would literally like just be tools, and that's just like worse than what we are currently doing. Oh shit, it's Generalist Gaming. It is. It is, it is. You're aware of the 0.5 bug, where transfer states is 0 points in actuality, but not in the tooltip? Oh, we just won't transfer states then. We're not trying to uber juice this run or something like this. I feel like it's super easy to run on shortages on transportation. Yeah, this is another. But if you have a railroad company, is building it just to make money necessarily that bad? Monakas28, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. I think it probably kind of is a little bit bad, but you have to then look at what happens when transportation replaces other stuff as an input good. How does that affect the rest of your market, right? Because that'll depress the price of automobiles, for example. So it'll make automobile exporting easier. There's so many like trickle down and like trickle down effects in so many different spots that are just like really like there's so much to like think through, which is one of the reasons why we haven't done like some sort of deep dive on companies or trade yet at this point. Wow, 30% automobile output. Where is this? Oh, sorry. Where is this? Isle de France. Yeah, man. The Ottomans just seem like they just generally kind of have weak companies. Unfortunately. Oh, this is in Peloponnese. The Propo... Oh, have they added... It looks like they've added companies. Not like this. We looked through all the companies and now there are more. Agriculture throughput is kind of nice. And what is our add-on company? We could add on steels. Steels is something we're going to have for another company we're planning on going for, but agriculture throughput is... Oh, I don't think it pushes the needle enough, but it is a bit attractive. Fun, yeah. Transportation would be more profitable whenever, than whatever other good they produce. Would have to be more profitable than whatever other good they produce. Yeah, so transport would have to be... What are the substitutes? But it's not necessarily profitability entirely, because you have to, like, evaluate trade, too, now. Because, like, if something lets you dump more trade goods... But in principle, yeah, it might actively be bad, because you can't get as much automobile demand, which maybe is preferable. It probably is preferable. And so... But thinking through, it's just, like, super neat. Northern Serbia, we could do this. Railway building throughput. Add-on oil and coal. Or, sorry, iron and coal. Okay. Okay. We would need to annex Northern Serbia. I think we're into this. Actually, I think we're so into this that we wouldn't want to use the Hejaz company. There's wood, glass, steel company that could add iron or coal. Actually, this company is just super outstanding. Yeah. Wow. Do you have any long-term goals for this one? No, I think in general right now, because the patch is so recent, I'm trying to mainly focus on interacting with chat rather than like super pushing a run. And also just kind of explore ideas. I think that my goal is kind of to think about how valuable prestige goods are more while playing. Because this is something I kind of want to try and think through. And so my goal is like more procedural than like necessarily trying to accomplish a specific thing. +5 construction, let's go. Where's this? Yeah, so there's a bunch more companies added even now. Cape Colony. With the add-on on explosives. Explosives is a relatively hard thing to get coverage on. Like steel's freaking everywhere. It's super ubiquitous, but that requires Cape Colony. I think we do want a tool company that has prestige tools, but we would also be super about prestige iron. We got Lil Pop with the prestige steel. I think prestige steel is also really good. Russia has some weird overlap on some of its companies that's like kind of awkward. Russia, I like the way transportation, infrastructure, and trade design is now. This update feels good, but it highlights that it's still a bit clunky. I think that the trade juice, like of merchant marine, you should get like some of it from railroads to some extent. But I mean, I really like, there's a lot of overlap between the system they implemented and what I was proposing, but I also prefer what I was proposing too. Franconia, this looks insane. Prestige iron? Or sorry, man trucks. Prestige automobiles without automobile production. So your add-on company just has to be the automobiles, or you're being silly, I suppose. Mines throughput in southern Transylvania. I think we're into that. It also has prestige good. Okay, they've added way more stuff. I think we're going to have to go through some of this a little bit. Okay, so as we scroll through these food companies, we're going to be mainly focused on the add-ons and the prosperity bonuses. Although, in general, I think that they kind of don't push the needle. It's kind of interesting to have livestock and this one together, because livestock ranches are now, in terms of demand, pops demand a ton of food. So, how many slots? You can't buy it all. You're limited by how many slots. No, you can't buy all, right? No, you can't get them all. The bank one looks cool. So banks are really strong, but you can only have one bank. And so they are just turbo powerful. Next bank we get to, we'll pause over it so you can take a closer look at it, Mercy. Because we can't slot in any banks right now because we don't have the tech for it. Logistics as a whole is, yeah, some interactions are a bit weird. Yeah, I really liked my proposal for freight. I thought it was really good. It operated within their old system, though. For trade, if I were to re-propose freight, it would operate within the new system. I was trying to do something that wouldn't completely overhaul a mechanic, and then they just completely overhauled the mechanic. So I think that what they have is way better. Ooh, we could do this and then have tools food. Probably not worth. Minimum expected company throughput. Wait, company throughput bonus for Nestle. Shout out to the chocolatiers. I think that Switzerland actually just looks insane. There's so many good companies we've seen that are in Switzerland. Plus 5% company throughput bonus. That's one of the strongest bonuses we've seen on a prestige bonus. There's also 5% birth rate here on a company that's giving you tools. So we see several of these having birth rate as well here. But I guess we have to annex people. Is kind of what we're inferring here. Or we have to annex Serbia for their company. 18%. How auto is our man? You'd be pretty auto. Played mostly multiplayer with friends. I've noticed this patch is way slower in a lot of these things. Oh, that's rough. I was thinking of doing multiplayer next weekend. Do you have any pets? I have a cat, but I'm not going to show Cat on stream. She, like, we recently discovered she has a heart condition, so she's very skittish, and I think that's actually probably why she's skittish. Her heart rate's, like, always jacked, so she doesn't like getting picked up, so I'm not going to pick her up to show people. Not to mention, like, chasing her around. She comes to you in her own time if she wants to hang out. Flat tax income is, like, an interesting modifier. It's basically impossible to balance, because it's just super OP when you're really small, and it's like useless when you're big. Pull the blind one on you with that rework? Yeah. The rework has like a lot of things that I'm super about. The one thing that like very specifically that I want to see. Okay, we see another bank here. One thing I want to see very specifically that I feel like Victoria 3 doesn't do as good as it ought to, given like as a simulation in terms of the period of time, is like really simulate like the extractive nature of colonialism, and do that as a function. Doing that primarily with trade as a lever. To some extent, Trade Advantage does do that. It's like added in a little bit, but like Great Britain should really just be able to put like the screws to people in a way that I feel like it can't. But maybe from a gameplay perspective, that's bad. Great Britain gets too oppressive. But every single bank gives +1 max number of companies, but you can only have one bank. Apparently, bankers give negative throughput on paper mills, but then at the same time, they all give prestige paper. Prestige paper is an interesting one because it's used in a lot of stuff you spend government expenses on, so getting extra throughput there is more valuable than other stuff, but proportionate to the size of your economy, paper is relatively small. I think they all give railways, so this one gives coal mines, and then it adds on a few. And then I think some of the big things that we're generally focused on is capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency, but some of these have really interesting and nice bonuses as in some other places. But for all of these, we need to have investment banks, which is not a technology we have currently. But this kind of makes every single paper company useless, because you're going to have paper no matter what. So, first time I actually get to catch up on the streams. Hello. Welcome, Foxfire. Yeah, animals get to consent too. Can't throw them around. Yeah, I'm like, even if people I know come to the house, I'm like so disinterested in like stressing out my cat just so they can see the cat. You know what I mean? 10% authority, really kind of weird one to try and evaluate. This percentage infrastructure is also going to be strong. I don't know exactly how that works. Does that just turbo... Because I know you get flat infrastructure per pop. I'm not sure if I've seen percentage infrastructure per pop. I think maybe this is supposed to be flat, but it's just being... This might just be a UI thing where it's showing up as a percentage. Like, percentage infrastructure per 100k pop would just seems like it would give you infinite infrastructure, or very near. Basically. Or, like, you would never be able to run out of infrastructure. Like, the amount of infrastructure you would get after a certain point, for every 100k pop you could possibly employ, them adding 4% infrastructure, they would just cover their infrastructure needs, like, automatically. If that makes sense. Need to fix naval gameplay first. They've improved it quite a lot this patch. Hey! FODM16, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, and thank you for the Prime subscription, big nice. Also, Mankaz28, thank you for the follow, also nice. Thank you so very much. Big ups on Prime subscription. So this gives like minus loan interest rate as a modifier. In addition, they all give some amount of investment pool contribution efficiency, but it is different depending on the bank. Like, this one gives a little bit of minting. And so there's a little bit of, like... this one actually also doesn't have railroads. The Bank of France has no railroad. Almost all the banks we've seen has railroads attached to it. Oh, I guess maybe I'm just stupid. The South African bank also doesn't have railroads. This bank looks pretty strong. I think we generally like private construction allocation. It also gives migration attraction. But we'll burn that bridge when we get to it, as far as banks go. But yeah, so like this company really suffers from the way that banks work, unfortunately. Imperial Bank of India. You see, loan interest rate is a relatively common one. You think there's a cap on the percentage infra per 100k? That would make sense. I know there's a cap on the flat amount, but it would be if there's a cap, then yeah. True bank system would be cool. Yeah, with their current system, it's really hard to, I think, implement a system where there's boom-bust cycles. I think that this has to be something that's on the radar for the devs. Especially, I know they have, like, one in-house guy who's, like, who has, like, I think a master's degree in economics. And I can't imagine that if they had a good idea for how to implement a boom-bust cycle. This is Imperial Bank of Persia, so this might be one we end up putting in. But 15% trade advantage, nice. And construction queue allocation, kind of like this. 7% is kind of high for capitalist investment pool contribution. And then we also get to slot in opium, so that could be our opium company. Kind of all about all that. Oh, you know what's really interesting though? Only there can only be 3 prestige goods, I think, for paper, so everyone is fighting over who gets to do the big bank. Can you blockade out a war? It's pretty strong. What's the most fun tag, in your opinion? Something you get to form something big, probably. Maybe Prussia. Can you link the mod in the stream description? It's just called the More Unique Companies mod, so you can search it up. I'll link it in the chat, though. I don't want to change the description right now, because sometimes it's a little fiddly and weird. I think that's the link to it. Looks like it. They're gonna update their graphic on it, I think, sometime soon. Yeah, Warper's working on it. He updated it between when we last streamed, which is kind of why we're looking through the companies a little bit closely. I think that this is like, in terms of mods that really benefited a lot from the patch, I think this is pretty high. Oh, slave imports. I didn't even realize that was a modifier. That's crazy. That's crazy. We know someone who's working on... I don't want to spoil that they're working on a slave video. That would be good for them. Russia iron. Not a lot of iron prestige goods. So... this adds on... this would be pretty good too. Where is this at? Lorraine. Oh god, France has so many good companies. I think we really just kind of picked the wrong region to play in, to be honest. There's like, Ottoman Empire just generally has not the best companies. That's a prestige. What is copper? Prestige for lead. Mines throughput. Mines throughput just in general is very strong. I think it was nerfed a couple times though. 5% state construction efficiency on an iron mine thing. Again, back to Switzerland. So Switzerland is getting kind of like a lot of the goodies. I think we're going to try and cruise through and not necessarily like read every single thing. But yeah, so many strong companies here. And a lot of the food ones seem very, very similar, but like that also makes sense. Food around the world just generally tends to be all edible. That is free companies, automatic pick. Yeah, but you could only have one bank. If you're thinking of a bank. Prestige Engines. Is Prestige Engines... I think we have a Prestige Engines company in mind already. The tractor company, but this is a different Prestige Engines. That generally seems like kind of a more rare one to have. West Prussia. Skoda Works. Vanilla Company. Schneider Guns. Yeah, a lot of these have so many bonuses. The minimum expected standard of living as a modifier is kind of weird to evaluate because it's really good in a certain window and then it's kind of not very good after. Textile and sulfur output. I think we're not finding really very many tool companies, which is kind of what we're looking for. Something with prestige tools that is also going to be nearby. In theory, we actually maybe wanted to get rid of our interests in terms of just getting rid of all of our interests where we don't have stuff before looking through the companies. Because you are throttled by your interests, which is why we don't see, for example, the Walt Disney Company kicking around anywhere. And so, if we had fewer interests, we would be... like, if we didn't have an interest in France, we wouldn't be shown all the French companies here. Paint me like one of your French... Ooh la la. Michelin. Michelin? Urban Center Throughput's a really strong modifier. Hey, Yankees fan, thank you for the $5. Big nice. You should check out Ethiopian Railway. Is that a thing, or are you trolling me? I feel like you're trolling me. That's one of the problems. It's like the boy who cried wolf. Anytime you tell me anything to do with Ethiopia, I feel like you're trolling me. We will try and take a look. How do the Russian companies look at this? I'm thinking about doing a USSR run soon. Almost certainly well, Russian companies in vanilla are fantastic. But if you... we would have to put down more interest in Russia in order to take a look at it. What you could do is, if you want to like really kind of scope things out, though, you could just, as Russia, just lose all of your interests and then just take a look through. We have some overlapping interests. Ooh, this didn't have prestige. This is really good. Okay. And it just requires Arabia? Okay. Okay. I think we're into that. Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of stuff that's new from when we played yesterday. I know they're currently trying to update the power line cables prestige good. What do we think about... what prestige... Is this prestige electricity? No, it's not. Okay. It's like, what do we think about prestige electricity? Prestige electricity is just so weird to try and think through. Cement is a prestige fertilizer. So you would have to add fertilizer on this. It's a thing. I'm also trolling you. It's very meh. Why not both? Both is good. When it's both, it's painful because then it's something I have to look at, and then it's like, oh. When it's not there, then it's like, oh. Well, actually, it's better to see it and then see that it's not very good. Does that mean AI sucks in Vic 3? The AI is not. You're playing against your own upline. Let's say. The AI has never been like very difficult to deal with. I think we looked through most of like the bottom section, but we didn't look through like kind of the top-ish section on the potential companies. But I do think we want to get tools, and so we want to annex Serbia kind of as our... We wouldn't hate just accruing infamy to annex Serbia, just in terms of like timeliness. It's probably going to be... Serbia's probably going to be a 20-year incorporation, not like this. Not like this. 20-year incorporation. I didn't even think about that. That's one of the things about this mod is like shopping around for companies. You have to like remember almost all companies require that something be incorporated. And Serbia requires incorporation. Central Hungary. We really want the prestige tools though. Yeah. And back to Kupus. So I guess maybe we get on it and we actually don't slot in a company. Oh my god, I'm using freaking hotkeys from EU5. Or we could... Oh god, we could feed Serbia to Tripletanium and annex it, and then we would get like an annex on all. Wait, what war are we in? Enforce investment rights on Austria from them. And what's this? Annex Oman. Okay. Okay, we're annexing Oman. 20 years, better get started. Yeah. In that case, we might slot in another company. That we know we might go for a company that is not going to be subject to that type of thing. And like look through attainables. For a company that we know that we want to put in. The thing is, the only thing I think that we know we want to put in at this point is engines. The engine company with prestige engines, but I think the tool company might have had engines too. Maybe this is stupid. We know we want this, I think. Because I kind of want to experiment with this. Regardless of if it's good or not. Oh, we need to clear our... Yeah, okay. We were thinking that this one maybe is really good. Let's double check that in our potential companies that doesn't have the, like, one we were looking... I really wish there was, like, a search bar as well for this. Because we know exactly what we want, or filters. But it's really, like, fundamentally, though, it's, like, it's just, like, a huge pain if it's this mod. Hopefully I didn't scroll by that when I was looking at chat. I don't think I did. I think most of the tooling ones were kind of clumped up together. Up Isle de France. It was Serbia. Kupus. Was it this one? West Bengal. West Bengal, that's kind of attractive too, eh? Isle de France. I know it did have prestige tools. If it doesn't have engines, we'll go for the engine company, is kind of my thinking. Doesn't have engines, and it doesn't add on engines. Perfect. It's northern Serbia, and so... Oh, it does have motors. Okay. Let's actually write that down, though. What's there? We're gonna have to... North Serbia... Tools... engines... Steel... And then add on... Iron... Autos... Autos for autos. And then coal. So, pretty flexible company. Yeah, really like that company. Quite strong. Okay. Are we currently passing a law? Yes. So we need to keep... Yeah. Okay, we need to keep this as it is. Meritocracy. I think we'll just take the enactment chance here. Love Anno. Anno's... we played a little bit of Anno on stream, the like, Victorian Anno. Finally a loud car, finally. It is the weekend, and, like, weekend in the summer is generally, like, much loud car. It's actually super obnoxious when making videos, because it's actually, like, a loud car every now and then is, like, kind of funny, and, like, people like it, and, like, this type of thing, and, like, jokes and stuff, but, like, actually a loud car, like, every other minute or something like that is super obnoxious. I think maybe people would be into that, but it looks like we're getting it down on Oman here. So Russia sides with Kabul against Great Britain. Kabul Protectorate. Interesting. Is Persia involved in here? I really hate when you have a subject, your subject gets involved, and then someone, like, annex a bunch of their territory in terms of, like, the war goals. Oh, we do have two mandate. We're asleep at the wheel here. I'm thinking add-on industries could be a bit of trap in the late game. You can wind up with so much overlap. Yeah, so I think the really rough thing is you, like, want to Jenga figure out what all you want to add ahead of time. And we need a generalist car company. Talk to Mercy about it. So she could talk to the devs about it. There's 3 banks in Russia. There's a lot of banks for everyone, generally. I think the USA has some of the best companies, but we don't have any interest there, so we can't show them off. Okay, so we could go vassalization up 1 to try and just generate more cohesion. What does vassalization 3 even give you? I don't think it's particularly good. It allows enacting decrees on subject states. Yeah, that's not very good. I know we like external trade too, just generally. For the influential trade center. And here's the rub. We're not going to have this for some time. I don't think our power... Oh, we're actually ranked 3 in terms of blocks. How close are we to passing up Russia? I forget if it's done... I think it's done on the basis of prestige. but it doesn't show on the UI unless you like hover it. So we're not that far from passing up Russia, so we could go for something in here. I have always kind of liked going for construction. It's obnoxious I couldn't handle it. For the, yeah, for like every single clip that's in the video having a loud car, yeah, it's... Or you could just have like very short clips for doing your videos, but then that's like kind of a lot more work. One of the reasons I kind of like streaming on the weekends as opposed to making videos. You got 300, you got limited charters companies? Yeah, you have limited charters, but we're going to get a little bit from vassalization as well here. Transportation infrastructure is a little bit interesting, considering we're planning on going that railway company, because getting, like, the better PM, like, these are considerably better in terms of the PM on the railways. And I think that the EOS building cap... import throughput modifiers both are kind of interesting. We haven't gotten to play with it. I don't think that this is extremely strong. I think colonial offices is still really strong for the reduction, infamy reduction. But I think that we're actually kind of into going transportation infrastructure just because I want to feel it out. More so than anything. I think we're into... Oh, we're actually also really into companies too. Trying this out. So we probably end up going companies, transportation, infrastructure, plus X. And then we probably go construction 1 right now, because we like state construction efficiency. And then we'll go vassalization 3. And then we'll be able to do external trade 2 on the next kind of check-in. And then our cohesion should be going up to 80, which is going to be nice. So something like that. Larger countries should be able to have more company charters. Do we think that? Maybe. Hey, Mr. Soweto. I've grown used to sporadic car noises, and you're going car? Yeah. The car, it louds, it outsides. How about that? Catch me outside, how about that? Do we want Italy to form? This is actually an interesting question here. Because we can... I think that this war just stalemates out. You know what? I think Italy forming is just cooler looking. And we're not trying to, like, min-max. I think in theory we prefer Italy not forming, but... we'll try and get a landing in to push this along. I think that what we'll do is we'll take these guys... Where's this 12 stack? Let's give it a... And then... Let's give it the traditional purple that we give when something is half and half. That way we can find it easier, because we're going to... Yep, see? It's purple. And that way we can actually get a landing in. And then still demobilizing, okay. And then we'll try and cause Italy to form. Then we'll cry because we don't have the company we want. America has 7 banks? Yeah. America's got, you also have, like, the Walt Disney Company. Your debt is crazy. Debt isn't real. It can't hurt you. I think that's why we're paused. But our investment pool is turbo growing. The problem is, we don't have a way to translate that investment pool. As well as we would like. Once we do the bureaucrats, though, we can increase taxes. I think we currently are not legitimate enough to increase taxes and still pass the law we want. So it's really just, it's not as bad as it looks. try and just get this through faster, and then if we don't get it through, then, you know, that's fine too. Let's do that to finish up that war faster as well. Can't remember if there's a company we like with Ottoman or with them. Setup paper, I freaking love the way that they changed this journal entry. Unfortunately, you could just cheese it, but it's such a big improvement. What you could do is you could just turn off... you could turn it off and back on again. So if we come in and we just do this... I guess we can't push in on that, and we could reorganize the Navy to... do we really actually... Oh, man. I don't think this landing gets in. And so now we're left with a little bit of a choice. We're left with a choice in that, we can get our Navy to come all the way around and try and land with a 30 stack, but I think a 30 stack can't even land into a 26 stack. I don't think we're... I think once we get out of this war with Oman, we're maybe done. I think we would have to build more Navy and something like this. Sunni Ulema member pops become more loyalist. I think we'll go for this. Loud car montage when? I thought about doing a loud car montage. The Happy Thursday montage or whatever took me forever to do, and it just like completely bricked as a video. So that makes me less want to do a loud car montage. I deficit spend and I have no sense when to pull back. You never pull out. Never. It's for suckers. What do you think of the non-industrial companies? Agriculture seems pretty weak in comparison. I think it's turbo strong in multiplayer is kind of an interesting thing. I hate when this happens. Why do we have... Why can France conquer Tunisia here? They're a subject of ours. What the frick, man? It's because Tunisia sided with someone in a war, and now they just get to get annexed. Man. It'd be funny for 20 seconds max. Yeah, like 30 minutes would be just wild loud car outside. Wouldn't necessarily make for a good video. It'd also be very tedious video to make, so... I think Albania has some problems in that it's not employing up. I think we're gonna unpause construction and try and get some of this resolved. There's a loud car doing its thing. God, that's so annoying. They're our subject and we have like actually like no ability to exhibit any agency over that. Can we not auto-expand ports? This place has a port bonus. Actually, we just shouldn't be building them there because it's like turbo zero infrastructure. We're making it so much harder for ourselves here, actually, as well. For the urbanization thing. We mainly wanted Zanzibar for colonial reasons, though. Let's double check that it has a port. Alright, that's gonna be one sick man thing. complete. I do think we have to swap onto general staff. We do. Or general training. Looks like we acquired a bunch of new places with new PMs, so we'll just kind of cruise through. We didn't have, we would just slap it with the upgrade all button or upgrade to PMs we're currently using, except we weren't perfect in this before, so I'm not sure it'll upgrade them to the right things. So that's going pretty well. Am I wrong? Think agriculture needs another buff? Well, the real issue is, the core issue is, like, why agriculture, like, oh, sick band's complete? Hot damn. Maybe we should be a little bit more focused on that. The real reason why agriculture sucks super hard is because you would want to be able to go agrarianism, right? And the real problem with agrarianism is it nukes capitalist investment pool contribution, improves aristocrats. So you get free money for like having agriculture-oriented stuff, but every single company is capitalist. And companies are a huge driver of value and specialization. Like, companies are how you specialize. So when you build a company, your ownership's going to end up being capitalist. And so, like, the thing that's good for agriculture is actually bad for agriculture. Like, agrarian, you'll make more money going agricultural, going laissez-faire, which is maybe, like, WOD, but from a gameplay perspective, or, like, from a simulation perspective, that's maybe WOD, right? But from a gameplay perspective, it makes going agrarianism just super trappy, because if you go agrarian and you build companies for agrarian stuff, you'll actually just make more money going laissez-faire. Diplo could be fucking this patch, yeah. Rip Carthage stream. It's so Jover. You have agency when the play starts? Yeah, but I still think that they shouldn't be able to annex them like that. But you are right. The thing is I didn't see when Annex Tunis got added into the play, and I didn't see Tunis join. Like, the UI in terms of alerting me, I was just like, oh, France is just doing stuff in North Africa, normal North Africa stuff, not France is annexing Carthage in North Africa. From my experience, the videos where you spend 10 minutes on the most, you spend 10 minutes on get the most views. It has more views than all your other shorts, the one on the main channel. You can watch it. The Vic 3 channel. I think I've seen this one. Oh yeah, this one's hilarious. Oh, I don't know if this is... That music's probably copyrighted. Yeah, you could show it in a short, but I can't show it on stream. It is funny though, you can check out the official channel for the most recent short. If you're on the YouTubes. I feel like, again, this is a company issue. Yeah, well, like, I don't actually think it's a company issue. I think it's, like, a pop-type issue. Like, I think it's a deeper issue. I think it's that, the capitalist versus agrarian, distinction, as it relates to the laws, is maybe, like, not appropriate when it comes to, like agrarian farming or something like this. Am I too late for the spreadsheet? It's never too late. The alternative is that it pulls you into play automatically, which I feel was even worse. No, I mean, I'd like to get a pop-up if someone puts a claim on my subject's territory. I would like to get a toast. You know, like someone has put in a war goal on your subject's territory. Can you send the link to the short? Absolutely. Which is probably better overall than me just showing it on stream. Like, from the perspective of, the insipid, what is it, the type of content creator that just shows other people's stuff and then, like, doesn't do anything. React video. Like, me reacting to the Vic 3 short is probably not as good for them as me linking it. I don't really know. But we could do additional army reforms, or get a claim on a whole bunch of stuff. Including North Serbia. Hot damn. Perfect. Because if we have a claim on it, we incorporate it faster, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, does this mean we could go for Wallachia? If we have a claim, I can't remember if we have a claim, I think we could deck on our own subjects, right? Oh. Looks like it's very unlikely Russia joins them too. The Peloponnesian company was kind of okay. I think we're gonna capitulate here, just to get all of our guys to stand down. And then... yeah, we have to figure out a way to translate our investment pool into money. There's an evil copyright robot, yeah. I live in fear. General entering his React Andy arc. To be fair, I do show the Victoria 3's trains video whenever I, like, get up to eat or whatever in a long stream. I think incorporation is more to do with homelands rather than claims. Getting a claim. Oh, you're right. You're right. I think you're right. Yeah. Never 10-year incorporation. What do you do to generalists? Not like this. Yeah. What is our primary... yeah, I don't think it's going to be a 20-year incorporation. Or I think it is going to be a 20-year incorporation. We're not going to get what we in fact want. Can we just annex them as a Diplo play? No. Because they're too big. I guess we're going to let this kind of come down a little bit. We could grant them Tripolitania and then annex them. Or Tripolitania and a bunch of their stuff back and then annex them. I think we're fine. I think we don't need these anymore, so we can pause. Kick these to the back. Cancel these. God. We like rush this company slot to just not slot anything in. The only thing we know is we want the railway company. Maybe we actually just go railways now, because we know we want the railway company. Because I think we don't want that, but we want prestige rails. So what does this require? Because we've done the sick man. We just have the technology to construct at least one of the buildings. There's at least 3 Ottoman states in the Balkans that has a railway. And as a railway... we need 3 with level 5 railways. Going for level 5 railways right now in 3 states is so bad. We're unifying Ethiopia or Sidamo. They're trying their best. Looks like they are. I mean, they just annexed Harar. I think we do want to... protectorate some of these guys with like 0 resources here. Egypt joins, we're super okay with that. Great Britain's not going to join. Investment pool, money, conquer, arouse some random states, and allow it to be private. Oh my god, we're not allowing privatization right now. I feel so stupid. Technically, we make a little bit more investment pool money, but we just want to like have a bit more smooth gameplay. Because the, like, double counting on interventionism, which is like a bug. Messes with the math. In theory, it's around 8 million GDP that it's better to have stuff private on it, like, interventionism, if I recall correctly, but someone's like, it double counts this bonus for reinvestment, or this is my understanding, and with the double counting... Ooh. It's not worth... Wait, who could we take this from? French-owned? I think in general it's not worth taking over their stuff too much. There we go. Just kidding. I'm a silly Billy here, though. Chat. The silliest and the billiest. So we should just erase a ton of debt here. As buildings complete, I think that the logic of whether or not they purchase is only conducted when there's completion of a building here, so... We have this coming up in just a second. And then... I wasn't watching the credit when the thing completed. If we got refunded a bunch of money into the credit. 15.7. And when the iron mines, or when the tooling workshop's finished, does this go down? And then this goes down to 15.5, so some stuff has gotten purchased, but it's when building's complete. So let's do this, because we are trying to push some trade centers and some low construction cost buildings. Ourselves. And so maybe this allows us to kind of like stave it off a little bit by actually actively doing the construction and producing the low construction cost things. Hey, and Mal Singh, how's it going? Not like this. Do we have to lower taxes? Jesus. I'm not sure there's a way for us to be legit. Oh, this is legitimate enough to pass. It's more legitimate than what we're doing. Perfect. Plan to enact wealth voting. We'll see what we can do. Spear them. Yeah. Ah, that's not what I wanted to click. Did I just let it stall too long? I think I just let it stall too long. I wanted to give them custody over a new draft. I think this is probably also okay. Ooh. Please tell me this is rights and not who's in this war. So this is Great Britain with rights of access through Austria is now landing, just a land landing through the Austrian territory. I have a question if you don't mind. How do you feel about charter companies / colonial vassals this patch, asking due to changes in construction for non-incorporated states in Africa, I mean? I think it's like, I think it's like you're asking from like a balance perspective. So I consider the construction speed. The thing is that you for all the resources in Africa, like the rubber and the wood and stuff like this, they are so efficient per construction that like it's not a big deal that you have this construction malice. What the bigger deal is the 100 authority cost is just turbo not worth it. And then on top of that, like, your decrease in control over the area, like, even if there was no authority cost, it's might still not be worth it. Like, if you could just give away the colonial charter for free, I don't know, I'm, like, more on the fence about this one, but, like, when you factor in the, like, 100 authority, you're just, like, in the fact that your authority gets squeezed, because you're going to have 7 companies that you can select, plus the 2 canal companies in a lot of runs, or one of the 2 canal companies, and when this is the case, your authority, if you're going to put in 2 charters on each of these, and you get maybe 7 free charters, you have, like, 700 authority squeeze, you're just never going to want to spend the authority on that specifically. Now, if it's free, now you have something a little bit more interesting, because, yeah, it overcomes the construction malice, and you can put in, specifically, you can try and massage a situation where you get extraction economy, which my understanding is this actually isn't easy to do, but getting plantation throughput and this other thing, and also having them with more economic dependence. The thing is, the negative capitalist investment contribution efficiency is actually probably bad, though, to have on the company. No, if your ownership is all, like, back at home, that's not necessarily bad. But you need something like this to juice it up, I think. To make it, like, even seem, like, remotely, like, worth... Because, generally speaking, the charter companies just, like, 1.8, they, like, turbo suck, and, like, are just absolutely not even remotely close to worth it. But, like, another thing that's, like, not the fault of, like, the company in the abstract is, the AI also often doesn't use the best PM for stuff. And so, sometimes when you have atmospheric engine pump, they won't use it. And sometimes when you have the rubber PM, like the irrigation PM, they won't use it. And if the AI is ever doing this, it's also just categorically not worth. I watched the stream yesterday. There's a point where you said laissez-faire is better than interventionism in 1.9. I think I said it in a qualified way. I think that monopolies are generally not going to be worth it. There's some interesting stuff going on with monopolies. I think in theory, a monopoly is best for increasing GDP, but not necessarily like income you could control and use. And they're good if you have overlapping companies, and one of them is overlapping over a prestige good. So maybe if you're in that situation, but overall I just think the investment pool contribution efficiency and the loan interest rate are like more worth it. Conquer Greece while Russia's occupied, so true, bestie. Could have Serbia conquer this. Kind of cute. Could also leave it. I think we're gonna conquer it just to clean things up. We're just gonna hope no one sides with us because we went over 25 infamy. We will reload if Great Britain... Great Britain was not antagonistic before. So that the decreasing their relations, we're going over 25, did that? Oh, and we also might have, that might have caused us to go below 50. Yeah. We really don't want Great Britain to hate our guts, but... The AI hasn't done that in a while. So generally when you have a full annex on them, they don't back down. We're gonna reload, because we don't want that to happen. We don't want to spend a bunch of infamy. We get a partial infamy refund, but it's very partial. It's like 75%. Maybe we're actually fine with this. This is probably fine. We just get like 4 free infamy. It's like not that... Well, we already clicked reload. The thing is like... Takes forever for us to reload here, because we need to clear out our folder. Loud vehicle, it is outside. Where's Tunis? Someone's asking the real questions here. France annexed them because Tunis joined a war against France. Channel's looking different today, just a little bit. Or is it really even generalist? With your treaty port trick, I managed to get make one state Fujijilan a GP. Hot. Yeah, just using the treaty port to get additional stuff. And we even get to do the thing we wanted to do before. We could just try returning just... Peloponnese. And if they back down, and then we get the other stuff later. Let's maybe do it like that. Charter companies default to extraction economy. You don't have to even work to make them like that. Really? Someone was talking about needing to pass it in my Discord. That is interesting. You need to have a primary now for them to avoid backing down. That's such a good change, but that'll change how we declare wars. So we'll just go for just the one thing. The mighty generalists. Look at him now. Oh, how he's fallen. Thanks. What about colonial administrations? They get homelands, and as far as I know, they don't take up authority. Like the trade-off is just like the trade-off has just like never been worth it. The homelands is like. You're not gonna have pops dying to malaria, right? But like you controlling it and extracting the money yourself is just like better. If somehow it was like so the thing is like the reason you don't take stuff is like has less to do with whether or not it's incorporated or this type of thing and more to do with it like costing infamy. And there's not much, you're not really that punished for like owning it, and then you could like have more control and have more control over the PMs and stuff like this. And I think that like these just like aren't worth it really to do. One major downside is laissez-faire is seen so far for conquest. Half the economy stays owned by the country and you can't own it from it, you can't nationalize. I think the numbers on nationalization aren't even that good anyway, though. Like, if you nationalize, it's, like, kind of mid. If the industry is, like, super good, it's good. And I guess if you have a company for the industry, it's really good that you can take over it. But I think the companies can take over it. It's just being able to take over a company thing for another company is going to be big. By the way, I love your stuff. Thank you so much. So, we'll take Greece over the course of maybe a couple wars. I think monopoly on company is really good if you could give out investment rights as backward country, because after they expire, you can nationalize the buildings with the monopoly, feed them to your company, and feed them to your company. Yeah, this is that really where Peloponnese is? Yikes. 20-year incorporation. Yikes. I thought this one was Peloponnese. No, that one's Athens. I don't know how to do geography. Yeah, so you nationalizing it by hand is expensive. I think your company buying it from their company or their industry is not. So using it as a way to nationalize cheaply is maybe good. I think you could also just temporarily give monopolies, and this is like something that makes evaluating monopolies like also harder, because that might be good. But the monopolies increasing prices, it's also good if prices are low and you have more sell orders than buy orders. Which, like, it sounds like prices should always be low if you have more sell orders than buy orders, but I mean, like, internal sell orders and buy orders. Because you can actually achieve that through trade. The difference is there. So I think that our credit is basically staying the same at this point. selling off stuff. They want to transfer us and give us investment rights and a power block embassy. I think we are fine with this. Other than this is actually kind of a big chunk of Diplo for us. It's thematically not really where we want to be. We could maybe try and get them to form Scandinavia, though. Maybe that's an interesting, like, subplot. We have an Ottoman-Qing treaty. We could also see about trying to send them more stuff. They would really like embassies. Could see about... I think that they're antagonistic with us, or like they're upset with us. Are they? They're wary. I think they might be. Are they damaging relations with us? No, they're not. Let's see if we can draft a treaty. I think some of the treaties allow you to get relations above 50 too. So having a ticking treaty is probably going to be useful. Gotcha. Was curious how you think those things were working out. Yeah, some of the problems though aren't like directly related to like how good it is. Like, and like the fact that your subjects don't use good PMs is like something I don't talk about a lot, but it's like super relevant in that case. If we give trade privileges, they're super into it. Can we get investment rights? Not really easy. But I think we want to have some sort of goods transfer if we can. That is so much wood. Can we even support that? That's gonna absolutely throw our price of wood into the like upper stratosphere. What's their price of wood? That'll turn their price of wood like even and make ours expensive, so we'll lose money. But can we arbitrage? No, we can't arbitrage from here. But I do like that can turbo make it so we can just build a ton of wood. We could try and get something from them as well. I mean, if we could try and get something like this way. So we have a huge investment pool. We will not subvention wine. We will not subvention sugar. We will not tariff wine. We will not tariff sugar. We kind of want to lock in our investment rights here. The AI seems much more willing to slough them off, so this seems very good for us. Because this allows us to invest in the EIC as well. Why the hell was that declined? What the hell? That's some sort of UI bug. I don't know what that is. Or, I mean, it was thumbs up, right? I'm not going crazy. I really like monopolies as a way of feeding excess money into your investment pool. I like monopolies for RP. Hi, best regards from Turkey. Welcome, welcome. Zulu backs down. They must have become a subject. It's basically 20% more income for the building Yes, but you're also... Anything that uses that as an input is also going to be similarly decreased. Although, juicing up the price of end consumer goods like this is going to be probably better than, like, other types of things. But... I'm very sad. Did you see Neff's special economy zone strat? I don't think I saw this. I'd have to take a closer look. Only treaty that gets above is guarantee independence, or defense pact / alliance +3. Sure, typing is hard. Do you now build trade centers until no excess trade potential at start, or no? I mean, I don't think there's a hard and fast heuristic about building trade centers, unfortunately. I feel like people have been asking for that type of thing, and it's just kind of, in my opinion, it doesn't necessarily exist. If the trade center is way more profitable than building like a different building, then you build that, and if it's not, then you don't, and then you layer on top of that an additional bias towards trade centers, because increasing trade will generally have positive effects for treaties more so than other stuff will, and then you like layer on top of that like per construction you're also getting more urban centers from trade. But it's like, it's still like a like layered analysis rather than like a hard and fast heuristic. After a 50 cap to goods transfer bonus, but if you add good transfers both ways, it adds it 8 malice from asking for trade rights, so it ended up being net positive. Sugar and wine's accurate. I'm guessing goods transfer is too much over a limit at when the week ticked. There seems to be a few UI bugs with treaties. We've pushed them forward. Yeah. They might not have had enough Diplo. Oh, maybe? Some of you guys think it's trade right? Automated AI does a lot better this patch. Yeah, they resolve sick ban fairly frequently, I've found. The extra 10 years really helps out a lot, though. I think we're going to go for improving relations on a couple of cats as well here. Neff's economic stone strategy is to release a puppet state that has a unique company, then the puppet state will make a company and allow you to go over the cap. Oh yeah, I think that this might potentially be really strong. This is hard to evaluate. So that would be an argument for not the chartered companies, but for the colonial administrations, is that you get more company slots effectively, and then you let them invest in you. I do think that this is something we've considered. I'd forgotten about it, though. In particular, we were thinking of doing a multiplayer session where the players try and run up GDP as much as possible, and they can't declare wars, and they only have to cooperate via, like, companies and this type of thing. Now, withdrawing from a treaty gives infamy and diplomatic malice. Should they just make a truce, a treaty? Oh, that could be one. Are you still playing poker? Not too much. Just realized you started... yeah, my first video is poker analysis. I think technically YouTube's, like, cracking down on poker content, so I wouldn't want to really make poker content on YouTube. Even if I were playing. I play every now and then, like, in person, but not a whole lot. So we think that it's because they're overvaluing the trade privileges that they wouldn't accept the thing. Oh, they suddenly don't care about the wine and the sugar. Maybe that's it. Okay, we'll put no subventions on Merchant Marine. And liquor. And no tariffs on Merchant Marine. No tariffs on liquor. We kind of don't care how liquor is treated here. And then if we go goods transfer, we can't transfer them wood now. We could transfer iron. I think that's not necessarily something that we want to transfer them. We could receive from them opium. I think we can dump opium to Qing. So we're kind of okay with this. I think we're currently dumping opium to Qing as well. We don't have good production of merchant marine, so I think we'd be fine to receive some. Is it because we're going for 25 years that they don't like it? Well, they don't like trade privileges in this context. Not anymore. Maybe that's it. We put in trade privileges first and it didn't give the negative. I think it had to do with the goods transfer. You make a lot of money playing poker? No. We have, we did, like, run it up from 0, though. When I initially started playing poker online, I played on some of those sites where you have to, like, watch a lot of advertisements on the side. And if you, like, win a tournament, you get, like, 75 cents. But I only ran that up to, like, a few $100s. Where, like, after making, like, $100 like that, I put in on, like, a different, like, online site. Yeah, now they want to transfer us wine. I think we're kind of okay accepting fabric. That's kind of a lot of fabric. I don't know, we could renegotiate it if we want. Alright, so we have long-term investment rights into Great Britain. So we're expecting to see the investment pool start to chug down quite a bit, quite aggressively. Giving trade privilege and some other things gives a heavy bonus if you just offer them as a gift. It goes away if you add anything else. I really wish they stopped displaying that by default. The huge bonus. If only there was a way to tell what they would do and don't like a treaty, like some sort of tooltip. It's crazy. You can accept clothes? Oh, just basic clothes? Yeah, maybe that's what we should have done. I think let's do the survey now, actually. So we are over several hundred bureaucracy. And then I think we have some bureaucracy like at the back of the queue. Let's add this at the front. We're not going to use the exploit to not have to pay for it. We're just going to pay for it. Or I don't want to use the exploit. But let's maybe renegotiate this. And maybe we can renegotiate this from 176 per week to something a bit higher. So we're at 37. And this from 208 to 239, 97 to, let's maybe not, oh, we can't unadd it, or, oh, maybe the reset button actually, this actually probably just resets it, yeah, so we'll do this in the close, and we will swap that. Can we add more? They like us adding more and more? We don't need 1K a week from them. They really hate giving that out. That might end up costing us money. I don't think we're getting there. I don't think we're anywhere close to getting there. Treaty port's almost the same price. That's not what we want the reset all button to do. Ugh. Do you think the infamy for money transfer is too high? No, I do not. There's a cap for total plus 50. Yeah. Sounds like a dude's doing donuts around you. That's because we live in the middle of a highway, so there's like on one side there's a highway, and on the other is other highway. Now let's do this. I think in either way, we want to increase the volume, right? Of this and this. Like, independent of how much stuff it's gonna give us. I don't know why I don't just use the slider. We want to do around 500. Wait, you hate it. You dislike transferring us money more than you did before. I think we could live with this. Can we send you hardwood still? I think we can't. Maybe something like this? So we're spending... Might have shot ourselves on the foot, but we are selling 43k worth of opium because we increased the price of opium in our market. And we are... Yeah, so we're plus 13k on that opium transfer, which I think is less than we were plus before, so I think this is net good for us. I don't like Russia and Austria being within plus minus 50, so maybe avoid it. Why so many goods transfers? They kind of make you money, and it's making it so we can specialize more. Like, if we have incoming goods transfers for... Here, let's look at the treaty. If we have incoming good transfers for these things, our auto queue is less likely to build those things, and that's kind of what we want. Hey, I might be wrong, but I heard you say the Prince by Machiavelli isn't that great. Just curious, so I was thinking of picking it up. It's just not particularly substantive. Like, if you were looking for that type of theme of, like, underhanded, sort of means of achieving aims and like this type of thing, I recommend another book that I don't think is very good, but is also because I like I think it's general and vague and doesn't actually offer concrete advice, but instead more paints pictures of archetypes of like underhandedness being effective. But I'd recommend like the 48 Laws of Power. But that's another book I also think is like super overrated. But if you are interested in Machiavelli, I believe 48 Laws references it. It's actually a gorgeous book from like a typography perspective, but I would recommend that over like The Prince. The Prince is just kind of... I've read both. It's like... We could see if we could maybe get an image. 48 Laws is a gorgeous book. I just, I think that also framing the world in the way it's trying to argue that you should frame it's actually, like, counterproductive in a lot of ways. But it's interesting, so... But, like, the Prince doesn't really offer very much, like, specific advice that's, like, in any way, like, implementable. It's been a while. I could link my review of The Prince. I think I do review it on my books or on my ideas channel. And maybe you could, I have a much fresher take on the book then. Or I can give you... And whatever my perspective is then, that's what I hold now. I just remember it a lot better. I don't have, like, new information on The Prince since I made that, like, 2 years ago. Oh, I just, like, exited out of the short. Like, I think one of my favorite, like, shorts from Paradox that I've seen is the like, one where it's, like, the two cats, and they're like, are you having fun? And it's like, no, and it's like, Hoey. Okay, we can reset relations with Russia if we want, but we could also get a freebie here. We join on the side of Russia. We probably wait to see what Great Britain does here first, but if we join on the side of Russia here, they can't join on the side of ours, so this is really a good one. Both of those books are that flatter power in and of itself. Of course, they're going to be overrated. Yeah, I mean, I think I might also have a review of 48 Laws. I think I don't, but I for a long time thought, like, 48 Laws was, like, kind of really overrated. A lot of people rate it, like, really highly. In particular, one of the reasons why I have less respect for the Ryan Holiday, who's the guy who I have respect for, it's just I have less as a consequence of this. Ryan Holiday, is because he's the guy who, like, covers a lot of the contemporary Stoic stuff. He thinks, like, 48 Laws is fantastic, and it's just like, yeah. Let's do something like that. Prince wouldn't be useful to you unless you were a medieval prince. I mean... I don't know how useful... I mean, a lot of the stuff in there is, like, kind of common-sensey. I don't know. Common-sensey or, like, I honestly, I probably can't remember it well enough to, like, really necessarily talk too much about it. Okay, this does also reset attitudes here. You do want to annex Serbia, but now I kind of feel a lot better about just annexing Bahrain because Russia can't join against us. And I think we could just fight Austria if we have to. I know this is a fine way to approach that. Thank you for the follow, Andrew. Big nice. Philosophy degree coming in some use. Your philosophy degree or mine? Or both? 4K no los dos. I'm not looking for it as a self-help book, just curious his take on the state, power structures, and how political dynamics work. Yeah, I would say, like, whatever I could say now is just, like, operating off of, like, what I can barely remember from then, so... My book review is almost certainly going to give a more textured opinion about my perspective. Austria's improving relations, fantastic. Just slowly massaging our control over the peninsula. I think, I'm not sure if we actually want to conquer Mara in these instead of subjugate them. I think Quasmid State is on... I can't remember, is this all... One of these has oil, and, like, I think that these do not. So keeping Hejaz and Quasmid State as subjects is maybe okay. Actually, maybe we want to annex all this. And then letting Hejaz keep this is probably fine. These guys, for example, I think we want to keep as a subject for generating authority purposes. And also, maybe it's a little more themey. When are we getting some EU5 content? Generally, that's going to be a little bit less, because we're kind of on the back of the Vic 3 release. I'm not sure when I'm going to do something EU5 related next. I kind of want to get another run out in Vic 3 before, like, making some sort of deep dive video in EU5. You might be more interested in the discourses on Livy. Like, the Prince is written in an established genre at the time, basically self-help for heirs to read. Yeah. It honestly somewhat reads like some guy trying to dumb it down for, like, a king that he doesn't think is too bright. A little bit, if I recall correctly. Just played Ottomans himself, had to go bankrupt for Tanzimat in Egypt and recovered it. Got a few achievements. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. It's nice. Oh, I forgot we could just increase this now. Just kidding. The reason we wanted to get off of the bureaucrats to begin with was for Tanzimat reasons, and now the Tanzimat reasons are gone. It's kind of all just a bunch of silliness. Are we ticking above 50 with this? Max plus 50? Progress from no subventions, no tariffs. Why does that hurt our relations? Oh, because we're actually not honoring the thing, are we? So, Merchant Marine and Liquor. I forgot, like, when we released as Panama, everything started baseline. And for this, it doesn't. So, Liquor. No, we have no subventions, no tariffs. That just always damages relations? That's curious. I'm not even sure I understand the logic there. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm saying I don't get it. Very curious. Vero Sinar, thank you for the follow, big nice. Going bankrupt isn't that painful, you can often recover it, yeah. If people don't attack you. Yeah, it's really dangerous to do in multiplayer. But Bahrain's about to get annexed. We don't have to worry about urbanization from Sick Man. I'm like playing, in my head I'm playing towards like some Sick Man articles, but it's not important. We do want to annex Serbia as quickly as possible. How long until our truce is up? $18 months. Okay. Suez survey is almost done. Do we not get war goals on them? Oh, we have to get our relations down? Okay. Oh, I don't even know why we gave them market control here. This channel's underrated. Thank you, thank you. What's the new best generic company? I think generic wood and generic tools are both probably really strong, but it's probably one or the other. You probably either value the prestige good of tools, or you just go generic wood and slot in tools. You need to release Bengal there, Sunni. I'll check out your book review later. What's your favorite or book you'd most recommend? Thinking Fast and Slow, Daniel Kahneman, I would say. Yeah, releasing stuff. It's interesting, I think we usually see British Raj get free on their own this patch. I'm kind of curious. I don't necessarily want to go after Great Britain, if we can maybe see that happen. We really need to get a company going so that we can invest in other people's stuff. We're going for the railway one first, though. I think we go construction or external trade 3 from here. Gives us a little bit more Diplo to work with. Thing is, can we just full annex Egypt that easy? No, their liberty desire has just been kind of too high. Oh, we're trying to tank relations, though. That's useful. A world where this is, yeah. Is that world also one where we can increase taxes and still be legitimate? No, it's not. It's not that world. Generic furniture has wood, 2 industries, and prestige good. I've always had big profits, especially with steel after steel frame buildings. It's actually not clear to me. Oh, is that basic? Here, let's take a quick look at... it's not abundantly clear to me. So, I think that one of prestige luxury clothing, prestige luxury furniture, and prestige porcelain is likely to be bad. And the other 2 are good. But one of those, like, is likely to be bad because you don't want to increase the proportion consumption, I think, on one of those. And I haven't really thought through, other than I think it's probably not porcelain. We just passed it. But looking at generic, I think that before generic, glass furniture was like really strong as a generic company, but now is it just regular furniture? It's just regular furniture. And I think that they have like a furniture need, so it doesn't interfere with buy baskets. The thing is, for example, luxury tobacco, I think it might actually just be actively bad because you'd rather your pops consume opium. It's not luxury, just a regular, yeah. Is there a good way to forcibly reduce another country's GDP without conquering states from them? Whatever they're producing, reduce the prices in their market, yeah. Dump resources in their market somehow. We'll do it. We're still slowly accumulating this. Deficit. No, we just need to change our tax system, actually. Now, we could go for prop. Someone was making an argument that per capita is just better now because you actually want to depress SOL. Kind of an interesting argument. We'll just go per capita for now because it makes us more money right now. But we'll also do this. So we could do this. Which should slow things down a little bit. Persia's damaging relations. No, not my gumdrop subject. We just have to wait. Oh, wait, we can't overcome. If it was just perfectly balanced, we could improve relations while they're damaging them, which is kind of something we're maybe interested in. We can fund lobbies, though. Wait, or can't we? We need central banking. And honestly, it might be, well, isn't that convenient? I forgot to increase this as we completed the survey. Kind of still having a lot of shortages in barracks. I'm glad we have these trade centers coming through now. Let's actually just complete these first. So that's gonna help out. Wow, okay. We're really coming up quite nicely. I think we're gonna look to run it down to half. Just to have a little bit more of a comfortable run, we're gonna look to have half of our credit limit before we add more construction, and then we'll add some construction. Liberate countries? Yeah. Liberating countries will also work. Why depress so well? So the idea is it's now they made it so that the growth rate it's much so before there was like a 2 equilibrium thing where your growth rate was either better at 10 SOL or 20 SOL, and it was better at 20 SOL when you had a ton of modifiers. Now it requires less modifiers at the higher end SOL, and the higher end SOL has been reduced to 15. So when your lower strata in particular starts to approach you know, 13, 14 SOL, or even like 15, then if you push the SOL much beyond that, it's going to decrease your population growth. And the idea is you're trying to max population growth. And so the idea is that per capita taxation, by virtue of taxing more on your like lower class, is going to increase pop growth. Like instead of being close to 20 being best for pop growth, now being close to 15 is best, but really it's like in between 15 and 10. Generic furniture is almost always the most profitable company, even if there's Carnegie or Giant Cockerel. That might be a function of. So globally, what other countries tend to do is all their companies is like hyper relevant in terms of which one's going to be best. And talking about it in the abstract is a little bit different than talking about it like in a specific type of way. They want an embassy. I don't think that's worth. Now we can invite anyone. We can't invite anyone. We're still expanding our through like an organic, like radial type of approach. So we haven't gotten into South Africa, but South Africa, Southeast Asia are going to be the good places for us to try and add subjects or add people to the block. So once we get there, it'll be nice. Morning, General. I'm playing Australia. I'm so sorry. And wondering what you do when you run into worker shortages in the late game. You probably have to try and pretty proactively try and get more workers now. One of the things I said, or why I said I'm sorry, is I think Australia should have way more arable land, and arable land is a pretty big driver of how much people you can get to migrate. So it's like almost a perfect example of the problem. Endgame, the most profitable company, produces oil. In the end game, generic oil has worse coverage, but oil's really important. We are so close to being able to deck on them. Could also just reduce autonomy the military way, but... Alright, so we don't need to damage relations anymore. Why can we not do... Okay, here we can. Russia is fairly likely to join. No. We cannot fight against the forces of both Isengard and Mordor. Can we? AI builds a lot more military this patch too. I mean, I think we can fight Russia, I just don't think we can fight Russia and them. Simul. We could add more military. So right now we have 33. Get that up to 40. We're not even on pro-army. Neither is Russia, or Russia's unlikely to be as well, to be fair. Does anyone think the British AI is more aggressive this patch? I think you... How much do you play on 1.8? They're super aggressive 1.8. They've been aggressive since 1.7. The main reason that they're hyper-aggressive, as far as my opinion on why they're hyper-aggressive, is because they are locked in on colonial offices, which decreases their infamy generation, and they decide what to conquer on the basis of the infamy generation, and so because they have decreased infamy generation, they tend to, like, throw it around a little bit more. Yeah, they conquer all the Chinese coast. Yeah, but they're not, like, belligerent towards recognized powers as much. Because they see the Chinese states as like, wow, this is an awesome place to just nab, and it's not that much infamy. I think external trade might be better than PB this patch. Sorry, better than Sovereign Empire. External... You mean Trade League? I don't think that that's necessarily that hot. Trade League, external trade might be better than vassalization. Vassalization kind of got kicked in the nuts. The thing is, Sovereign Empire, turning people into subjects is a little bit hard to evaluate, but generally it's a little bit hard to... Well, I think it's easier to get people to be subjects with Sovereign Empire than it was previously. So, EIC is hyper-aggressive. That might be a bit of a change, though. Yeah. Gonna kick some of these to the front. They have to start, and so they'll start recruiting immediately. I think we just look to build out enough that we could fight Russia if we have to. Obviously, we hope that they don't join, but... Great Britain also potentially joins here, which is kind of obnoxious. Same with Austria. I love, love, love. You can always turn up the PMs as soon as you get them with the way that trade works now. Because, like, if you cause a shortage, trade will almost always resolve it. If you have a shortage, baby, I'll solve it. Something, something, and revolve it. Ice, ice, baby. Can't remember the lyrics. Is there a world where we can get an alliance with them without too much pain? Not really. Is there a good way to see where all of our trade is going? We're exporting a ton of fabric. Let's, like, do a little bit less of that, eh? We're importing a ton of regular furniture, and we're importing a lot of it from France. Expecting these numbers to change a little bit. Fish exports. I think we'd kind of be okay with double trade privileges. They're not as okay with that. Looks like they hate that treaty now. Good. Maybe just throw this in. Maybe we bink it. Is it possible for the Suez Canal Company to be productive? Yeah, it's super possible. Probably hard to make it not productive. It just might take a while. You get most of the benefits of a subject without having them as a subject, though. Well, I'm not sure what exactly this is in response to. Yeah, so you can bring their subjects in when you they join a diplo play against you. Never seen them do that before. They always, I think, have been able to do that. It's just that you, if they're leading the play, they pull their subjects in. If Great Britain's leading the play, they don't. Is it possible to print money with this military-industrial complex this patch? Like, military-industrial complex has always worked much better on paper than, like, in practice. The thing is like, by the time it's, like, good, it's, like, just super late and, like, stuff tends not to matter anymore. Like, you can't, like, leverage it into converting into a really strong run, because by the time you get there, like, you're already having a really strong run, you know what I mean? You could actually get Qing in your block as a trade league. I can't imagine the Sovereign Empire doing that. Yeah, your ability to get people into your block more easily is very, very nice on it. I definitely think it's like I don't think it's like a slam dunk for Sovereign Empire like it was. I'm kind of not sure which I think is best between Sovereign Empire and Trade League for a kind of normal run, although I think the Religious Convocation block is almost certainly the best for a worldwide GDP maxing run. Or a maximal GDP run. Not worldwide GDP. Worldwide GDP, you don't annex everyone, I don't think. So, I think you have to leverage having subjects with companies or something like this. I think maybe we wait for the tick on per capita taxation before decking here. And that... I think we tell him to kick rocks. What's our clout situation look like? We haven't been watching it too closely. Still really powerful for them. Per capita tax, I think, is coming from our industrialists, so we have to do it this way. Yeah, I think we need to ban slavery. Austria's just kind of consistently been a little bit of a thorn in our side. The fact that they're belligerent now is a bit of a problem. I managed to get 1.1 billion GDP with the Ottoman run in 1.1. Tobacco company was so amazing early game. Suez and Canal, I think it's probably going to be okay early game because you have a lot of tobacco initially. We moved above Austria in the rankings, not like this. Suez and Panama Canal Company, your recent runs, trading ports have get 0 prosperity. That's crazy. Really? I would push your trade centers, the text for trade centers and ports, I guess. Like if you're not pushing those texts at all, then like maybe that's why. Are Council Republic cooperative ownership still best like it? Man, those haven't been best for a while. I don't know though, because now company ownership is not like exclusive with those. Although I haven't tested it out to see exactly how that works. But my understanding is it doesn't break your overseas ownership, which is one reason why those are kind of bad. You will get more investment pool if you don't go onto those. I think going high SOL or getting to 20 SOL is like now not good because the pop growth changes and like 15 SOL is better. And so like the fact that co-ops just turbo boosts your SOL is probably an actively bad thing. The consumption profile of higher SOL pops, though, is better for, like, higher theoretical top-end GDP, I think. Because there's longer chains of goods, which means more overall demand, which means higher prices within the market, which means more profitable opportunities for buildings than the lower tier, like, lower SOL pops consume a higher percentage of just, like, one-shot items from agrarian goods. Some people are just playing for high SOL, though. And if you're doing that, cooperative ownership's, like, clearly best. Do you think subjugating Persia is still meta? I think it's still good, yeah. Co-op feels great late game. Cooperative feels better than Council Republic, though. Cooperative, yeah, cooperative state is just insane. Sorry, yeah, Council Republic's definitely not in. Cooperative state is just like, it gives you a free company and a charter, so it gives you effectively 200 authority. And it's like unambiguously like the best. You know what? In terms of all the laws, the margin by which this is better than all the other choices is probably the biggest. Corpo State and LF, yeah. But, like, if you can't trade your investment pool, then it's not going to be good anymore. Speaking of, we can add more construction. Where is our cheapest upkeep? Alright. UK just started a play. So UK is going to be unlikely to join against us. Are they improving relations? This seems like it's going slow. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, things are picking up here for us. I think that's up to 40. Yeah, it's up to 50. Control click? Alright, it is. Okay. Merge, please. So this is going up to 40. There's 43. So that'll be up to 50. We have, like, no turbo good iron mine. We have, like, decent resources overall, but they're, like, all spread out and stuff. Kind of want to deck while Great Britain's still in that play. We have to get under cordial first, though. Cooperative state is not for every country. If you depend on your migration to grow GDP, it'll be a good, it'll make keeping other good laws challenging. Corporate state. I just disagree. I think the margin by which an extra company is better is so good that, like, even if it makes other things harder to do, it's, like, worth it. I also think you could get I think you could also get Intelligentsia and trade unions powerful enough to, like, do stuff. Especially with the treaties to pass laws. Like, if we get... We're not really, like, utilizing this too much, but the law commitment, like, your ability to pass laws is just super, super strong, and, I think it's, like, not close. I think we take a save, and if both Austria and Russia join against us, we don't do that. So we want to start incorporating. Bosnia has a decent iron mine. You ever been to Bosnia, son? You ever been in this shit? My dad was. Normally I wouldn't, like, so strongly disagree, but I just, like, I think, like, super strongly that, like, corporate state is just, like, a non, like, negotiable if you're, like, trying to play optimally. You have a strategy for use transfer goods treaty? It's very strong. If you want to, like, turbo micro around a bunch of stuff, you just, like, arbitrage from people. Like, you take opium from Great Britain, and then you send it to Great Qing, and then you make a bunch of money. I think we're currently doing a little bit of that. So in Diplopacts, the amount we're receiving from treaty goods transfer is 76k, and the amount that we're spending on them is 42k, so that's, like, we're getting 32k in profits from transfers right now. Is very strong. It's allowing us to kind of kick things off a little bit early, and the fact that, like, so we use you use convoys for it, so this is, like, a little bit of a cuteness, but, like, I think it's probably way too good. It's just really tedious to abuse. I wonder if they're less likely to side with us against Egypt. If we are involved in another play currently. We're gonna make sure that we don't get double joined on here. But then I'm gonna try something. Or, well, here. Oh, we can't do this until... We have to wait until this play pops off? God, that's so stupid. Or until Egypt declares neutrality. Once Egypt declares neutrality, then we can... Actually, maybe that's okay. They should have a chance to, like, deck against us or join against us or this type of thing, I think. Actually. Yeah, where's your warm weather port now? In theory, this, like, our ability to blockade the Black Sea and, like, the Bosphorus Strait, like, this should actually just be turbo, like, terrible for Russia to fight us. Oh, they have mill access through Austria? Oh, that's really bad for us, I think. That means we actually have to push it. I think we keep this. We have several cavalry units we can land with. Once this escalates, or so now that Egypt's declared neutrality, I think we can we deck on them? No, we cannot. This might be a bug. This looks a little weird. Or certainly the UI, like, flipping around like this is not what's, It's not supposed to show that we have diplomatic demands available. Should be unavailable. Oh, I guess it's fine. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. It just, like, looks funny. Corporate state also gives authority. I don't know, the meta used to be running regressive laws for authority, but it seems like it now. It could be, yeah. So this is, like, where vassalization shines. But you don't actually need to be sovereign empire to get vassalization if you wanted to go for it. And I think external trade's probably pretty reasonable. I'm not sure how powerful I think external trade is, though. You really don't get very much from the influential trade center, which was the main attraction before. They, like, turbo nerfed it. They're like, never again. We're like, whoa, okay. Relax. Let the landings begin. Vero Sinar, thank you for the follow, big dice. You guys know what makes Persia to keep expanding when you make a protectorate? I was lucky when one claimed Baku, not sure how it got there. You could lower payments and send them money. That makes them try and expand a little bit more. 25% trade advantage seems super strong. Is it? Don't they also have trade volume? The trade volume would be the stronger one, no? Yeah, the trade capacity I think is better than the advantage, but... Police coordination is better for authority if you don't have a GB number of vassals. Yeah, but you can intentionally get like a GB number of vassals, right? You know what? I think we want to kick the barracks to the front of the queue now. I think that these guys are on rapid advance now. Let's mobilize and send them to the front that has zero coverage. Because they're like sacking this front to us right now. We maybe should have gone after Baku. I think we'll have plenty of chances to fight them though. What's this? Trozara. Send the little ones. Find the halflings. You get a bunch now with text being reworked for authority. You get a bunch of Diplo though. 25% trade advantage seems super strong. It's one of the limited sources. Yeah. I don't know. This also might be why we've had no trouble slotting or getting Panama Canal profitable. Alright, so now they're on the front. Actually, let's conscript up with these guys. Oh, we have so much more available conscripts. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, we have peasant levies? Wow. We'll just raise, like, 70 whatever conscripts. Technically, I think it's better to have, like, a little bit in a lot of places. The way conscripts are, like, kind of effectively bugged as well, which is a little bit annoying. If you raise one conscript out of this, out of a particular state, then what will happen is all other states, will... Why is this incorporatable? Oh, because they finished incorporating it, yeah. They finished colonizing it. Great Britain's super fast on this. Can we get them to trade us Kenya, though? So I'm pretty sure they'll hate the... Oh, they don't hate that much. Huh. Alright, what do you like here? I think we love that because we're transferring a bunch of that. I think we're transferring Lux clothes as well. So this will push down the price, which will be good for us for transferring it. This allowing us to push more of that is actually kind of nice. Let's make it like a little bit less though. That's kind of a lot. And then no subventions. We will not subvention the trade of wine. Damn it. That was a misclick. It worked though. And now this will cease to colonize. Dear Barbara. It's so good for us. Because these have no port access. God, we should have done that forever ago. That's a huge leak. I had no idea it would be that easy. We should have maybe gone for Barca here. It gets easier to pull junior members in trade block league. Yeah, it's way easier. The base acceptance is way easier too. Like, if you look at like the blocks here, it might show it. Great power invitation acceptance chance is less. The base rate of acceptance is considerably lower. Okay, here. Just regular power block invitation chance, minus 30. Which is kind of a lot. In addition to a bunch more on other ones. So, yeah, you're much less able to get people into the block. And I think at least to some extent, like, if you have investment rights in them, that you actually... have them as your subject is like less of a vibe, or it's like less important. Oh, we're actually just getting clapped here. Let's cancel this. And let's move this guy over here. Can we navally? Yeah, we can land into here. Defend this, idiot. Oh, we need 2 armies? We don't need 2 armies. Okay. Defend this. Nice access through the enemy, eh? Oh, just kidding, they're gonna assign. Yeah, but they pulled so much more off than they're assigning over here, no? They're not assigning over here. Oh, is the AI more abusable now than it was before? Even though they fixed it in some areas? I don't know. Conscripts are going to take forever to come on up, but... they don't believe in defending a front. Oh, it looks like the front merged now. Which is fair enough. This always takes on Monday after to update. So I think this is a navy, yeah. We can navally invade Baku? From where? Persia? Because we have access through Persia? I don't know how I feel about that. We can't beat their navy with our navy. We have way more money now, though. So we could probably do a little bit of this. We are not stronger on this front. We navally invade there? No. If we let them push us, we might be able to do some shenanigans like that. Just gonna give them the classic. Four months, but this war is going to be like quite a slog. Influence, you were talking about influential trade centers being getting nerfed. You get a bunch of diplonautics to society text being reworked. Oh yeah, that's true. Which makes the flat like multiplicatively useful. It's not like I still don't know how if those texts are worth doing it. It's the Prussia needs to reach Denmark mechanic. Yeah, no, the mechanic definitely makes sense. I think we can outlast the economy of Russia in like this kind of way of thinking, so we'll switch to mainly defending. We'll do something like that. I think that's just kind of free occupation for us. And then I think let's move this guy over here to this front. Oh, this is delightful if they're moving guys over to this front to try and deal with this. Like any substantive amount of guys, it's gonna be good for us. Oh, that guy's a freaking Chad. We just want him to fight towards Ingria. Yeah, okay, if they assign like 50 to this front, that's turbo worth it for us. Can we actually push this? Probably not, actually. Just put it on defense. We do have more guys here. We have a numerical advantage. And we are slowly getting a push off. We did finish laws, so let's come here, and then... We do want to get on this eventually. How pissed does that make the landowners? A little bit pissed. Maybe we chill out for now. Wee-woos. Wee-woos are going on. Why do we have such a big advantage here? Does it even show us? We have 280... What is this front exactly? Why do we have 289 battalions here? At the very least, visually, this is no good, right? Because it looks like we should just have 51 there. We have 33 average offense defense, they have 27. Why does it say that? That's not this front, is it? They have different numbers. That's 13, 37, 18, 99, right? This looks right, where we have 170 versus 79. This, we should have like 60 something. Yeah, this looks fine too. What is this? Why does it think we have 289 battalions? Am I blind? Click the front. No, but I'm saying this tooltip. This looks like correct. I don't have a problem with this here. This does look correct though, but like, what's this about? Oh, I'm stupid. I am stupid. It's all the conscripts that haven't recruited up yet. Confirmed. Alright. Generalist Dum Dum, the new name of the channel. Yeah, it's all the it's all this. I mean, perhaps it shouldn't show up in the UI, or it should show up as X plus this. But yeah, okay, fair. Generalist Dum Dum. It's here, it shows it as like the battalions we actually have recruited, and here's the battalions that include all the conscripts. Yeah. Generalist Dum Dum. What do even they have on us as secondary war goals? Oh, not a single one from Russia, so this will be over. Generalist Silly Willy. We can push this once. In theory, actually letting them push us and then landing that through Austria would be, I think, correct. Like, because we could land about around through there if they completely push the front. Yeah. Is counting conscripts? Yeah, it's just like somewhat inconsistent UI. Because on some of the things it's showing us, it's not counting conscripts, and on some it is. We can reset relations with Sardinia Piedmont if we wanted by joining the side, and also Bavaria. I think we won't mess about too much with that. Railroad's coming up soon as attack. Just kind of doing a little bit of a test to see if they have any navies nearby, and if they don't, we should do well against them. We do manage to land up here. Gonna add another rapid advancer. For each one of these guys, they can push one state, so that'll let us push more into here. And eventually that should pull Russian troops away. And the amount that it'll pull away is going to be, like, far more than 4. So that's, like, the main idea here. Maybe we keep that guy on advanced front. Yeah, our conscripts are coming up. Blah. Maybe we don't. I think we're okay with pulling a 30 stack off over front in this way. I think we're not okay with our navy fighting his. Like pharmaceuticals first. Alright, he's sending a 12 stack to stop us. Kind of hoping to... well, that just works, huh? Oh, we can fight on a front, but we can't push it. We can have units without a general, but they won't push. That perhaps makes some sense. Or, like, they won't lose organization or whatever. I was wondering what was going on there. Five years of 3,700. We can so afford that. We can actually afford a ton. We should be adding a lot of construction now. Admiral Monkey says loud car outside. Big true. Truth big. This should be over quick. I wonder why the Ottomans pieced out there. I think that, or sorry, the Ottomans. I'm so used to fighting the Ottomans. Might be okay. You mean to tell me? I thought we bought a port there. Yeah, we did buy a port there. "21 years, no. Now GB can't join against us. Thunderdome here. Oh, and perfect. Austria's going to be on the other side of a play. So worst case scenario, we just have to fight Russia, Egypt here. Or, like, Austria is unlikely to do anything about this. Wait, why can't we... Is that this one? I'll be really annoyed if it's the ongoing play that's breaking us. I'm gonna get rid of that soonish. It's the ongoing play that breaks us. Or is this not updated? We'll give it till Monday, and if it's the ongoing play that breaks us, we obviously have to stop the play against GB. It's the ongoing play that breaks us. That is unfortunate, because GB can join against us, but we'll just do this. I don't know. We're not both in that play, so that's just not how that should work, but... I think we'd be okay if they just back down. Like, the 5% chance they back down. Austria is pretty unlikely to join. So let's do this. Lower Egypt is maybe also something we're into, and if they back down, that's fine too. Making primaries is going to give us kind of a lot of infamy, so we'll split the difference here. And if things roll out that way, they roll out that way. We could transfer Hijaz. Nah, it's fine. This is fine. We're cool. We're chilling. I think we're good with the way this is working. I think we're not going to use any conscripts here. Why are they stationed in Crete? Or maybe we pull up the conscripts just a little bit late or something. So we'll use them, but like not recruit them up super early. Lower Egypt company is pretty good. Yeah, this is one of the things I was thinking of. Is there are a couple companies in Lower Egypt. We just want to be able to access them. I mean, I guess I actually kind of do think the war reps is probably too expensive. Someone was asking about that earlier, and I said I thought it was fine. Like, at the really low edge, it's probably not. Do that in the capital. Investment pool is just absolutely blasting into space. I think they don't have anything to defend against this now. So they just lose. Perfect. I don't know what the best 5 states up here are, though. The best 3 states. Let's just assume it's like this. So we're adding 3 on each of those. That's unincorporated, so access is just absolutely terrible. I think we'll let it do its thing. I think we can throw a lot of these barracks to the bottom, as well as these naval bases, because we're not going to need them, because we were... That was with the expectation that we were fighting Russia and Egypt. And since that doesn't look like that's going to be the case anymore, I think we can just do it like this. Wow, we have not been able to get... Oh, because we're tariffing it. Let's maybe take a look at our tariffs and subventions and this type of thing, and shuffle things around a little bit. I think we're kind of a fine... like a small tariff and subvention on some of this stuff. And then if we have anything at like minus 75 price, we like actually want it to move a little bit. Oh, our roots were going too hard on that. We'll do that. That'll be, I think, okay with us. I think we're okay with that. Oh, we're not okay with not. We don't want to be tariffing exports of hardwood or softwood, really. Although tariffing the exports so that we could run direct trade actually might be the way to go. I think we kind of want those industries to grow, so we're going to play it like that. And then we're going to do the same for iron. And tools, maybe? Let's maybe see what's going on with our trade once that kind of swaps around a little. And updates. I expect to see ammunition numbers to go up. Hey, Technocrat, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. For those of you who don't know, Technocrat also has a YouTube. I've had the lower Egypt company suffer profitability because meat demand is so high. They also produce fabric. Because meat demand is so high, they suffer. I forget what their other industry is. Maybe I'm thinking of a different company than you. I was thinking the, like, Monsieur something. We're gonna get rid of that company soon, though. The company we have. I think we can kick all these, or kick some of these naval bases to the bottom here. And then let's kick the steel mill. And this to the bottom. We're kind of okay with the iron and the other stuff. Then I think we do want to keep adding more construction, honestly. Add a little bit in Bosnia. It's a very small YouTube. Well, you do make videos where you teach people the same thing as generalist. The exact same thing. Do you have a video on companies yet? People have been asking me a video on companies, but I want to like pin down what I think first, so I haven't made one. Democracy, it's saved, hurrah! We're making so much money right now. We like actually need to actively add a ton of construction. We're adding military, we just have to like churn through. Let's EOS this as well. One thing is the power block statue is a little bit better for Sovereign Empire than Trade League, but like you don't want to spend your stuff on edicts really anymore. They want an obligation to help them against Kandahar. I think we wait. Yep, we're kind of okay with this. I think that there's a decent chance that this makes someone else join, though. Well, this gives us control of the play. I suppose this works too. We don't see another return state thing. Looks like they already put it in. So they might back down for northern Baluchistan. So maybe this is actually actively bad, because it's much more likely they back down. Interesting. You should have been able to see it on the list you have there. As like an obtainable company. Like Miss 3 or something like this company. We also have, we're playing more unique companies mod for those of you who are coming in, which adds, as you can tell, a lot of unique companies that you can play with. Oh, we don't have the state yet. I think it's like, in terms of where it shows up in the massive scrum of companies, though, it's relatively close to the top, so we can still take a look at it. It's going to be in potential companies, though. Not Tata. Also, maybe keep that going. Is it? There's too many companies. There's not a quick way to show it. Not like this. We're continuing to just organically expand these out. So these are definitely not like anywhere remotely close to a meta place to be putting our interests. I think we would kind of put Congo before there, though. Do we really not occupy that yet? Alright. I guess we're rivaling them. I think that this is kind of not very good for us, but... I think they're gonna rival us right back. We didn't want to take the lobby hit. Is there a fire? Someone's dying? Could be both. Could be both. I have not, no. I need to get my bearings first. Yeah, this is kind of like where I'm at. I mean, I could give my opinions on it a little bit, but I'm trying to focus a little bit right now on like what I think exactly of prestige goods, but like companies make everything so much more complicated because there's a bunch of like overseas math versus like in-country math and proportion economy, like considerations like this type of stuff. That's kind of nice that we yoink a lot of universities. I think we're kind of okay letting those stick around. But now... It's going to be a relatively fast incorporation, but we could go for Suez Canal right away. This should be over kind of quick. Persia's gonna annex Kandahar. They're still defiant. Let's fund lobbies here. Long term, we do want to be able to annex them, so... I think we want to also demobilize our guys by just finishing this war, so we won't declare anything just quite yet. We've gotten to the point where I think we comfortably fight Russia. That is our cue. Go for public health insurance. And then, because we're Sovereign Empire, subjugating guys is reasonably good. We have a ton of leverage over them, too. Oh, they're our subject. I'm a silly willy. In terms of where we have interests, the biggest people we can get into our block are going to be Bavaria. And we have just an obscene amount of Diplo, so we actually like kind of care about this. Bavaria, Switzerland, Italy, Hanover, something like this, and then maybe Sweden. So let's maybe try and start pushing towards that type of thing. And then we're not using our company slot very well right now. It kind of makes me not want to do that. I think dialectics is actually going to be good here. Could speed up the research a little bit. And then we're already stacking that up to 30. Do some of this. Still making too much money. Gotta add construction. Where is it cheapest? Do something like that. I don't know if this is a hot take, but Baku having prestige oil is kind of bad. At least from 2 high GDP runs I've done. Baku having prestige oil is kind of bad. Relative to what? Relative to them not having prestige oil? That is a spicy take. If I'm understanding the take correctly. You'll have a tough time with any ones that's disinterested getting them in your block. Yeah, but we're improving relations with them. And as we start to increase volume of trade, eventually we'll probably start trading with them. We are trying to push for the company right now. The Oriental Express, which I don't think is probably worth the slot, but I want to try it out. Because they have prestige transportation. I don't know if there's any vanilla company with prestige transportation, but I think that this is kind of conceptually a little bit interesting. So we don't have 3 states that fill this requirement yet, and that's kind of what we're doing with the queue, or the big chunk of the queue. I think they make the capital state being Baku. Oh yeah, that I'm not on board with that. They stay disinterested until you either border them or they have water access. I think if you trade with them... Oh, you can't directly trade with anyone anymore. No, but the proactively improving relations with them for, like, later, because we're not even getting any sort of decay. We're getting prime meat soon. Hanover Protectorate. I mean, I guess the thing for us to do is actually fight Austria and Prussia for stuff like liberate Hungary and like liberate Ukraine and try and pull those in. So by virtue of us having open plays that they can join, right? That's the issue here. I like that change, but it is a little bit tedious. Can we not right-click? Liberate? So Russia would side against us here. And we'd maybe be able to get Great Britain on our side. And then there's a bunch of not availables. I don't know if we have the strength to stand against both Isengard and Mordor, so... Well, maybe we do, because they're fighting... They're fighting GB. Right? That works. They're fighting GB right now. Oh, what's our truce situation with Russia look like? That's actually probably the way to do this. How long? 34 months? Because releasing Ukraine would be better because Austria is less likely to join against them. They'll just give this to us. Didn't we... Did we get this with them? No, why do they hate it? Just because they're like belligerent? Okay, yeah. I think the company ownership is actually returned, so I think we actually want to delete our company now. When we do that. Whereas our private ownership is not deleted in that way. We do see that we have some company choices that are interesting from the more unique companies mod we're playing with. Do want to get this though. Minus 70% state construction efficiency. 33% of that is 33% of that is unincorporated, which is going to go away, which leaves, let's call it another 40. So 30% of that's going to be, or a lot of that's going to be this. Well, we can't violence suppression there? No, we can. We're just silly billies. And then eventually this will drop off anyways, so... Trading with them doesn't do anything? It used to. It used to almost always make it so that they wouldn't be disinterested. But now you can't directly trade. Do you have to go to war to get Macau back as Qing now? I think you might. For 5 years, 2% mortality. I think since this just, like, turbo pass is easy, we just don't do any of that. We're just 46% into, like, no resistance, so... What do we got here? Modernization movement's doing alright. So we got 20% more state construction and efficiency, but that's roughly speaking. But going from minus 75% to minus 50% is like more than doubling the speed at which we're constructing this, so it's actually going to be quite good for us. It is a ton of construction. We have a 5-year incorporation here. Does this go away proportionate? as you get closer and closer to incorporation, this doesn't decrease like linearly. It's either you're incorporated or you're not. Oh, they want to send us some goods. What dies? Tea. We don't want sugar, because sugar is impossible to offload. We could agree not to send something. We could also just give them an obligation. And a little bit of a money transfer. We kind of actually want them to consolidate the region anyways. So why not just send them 2,000? They're pretty likely to accept this. We could give them military assistance. We kind of don't want to. And I don't want to brick our or non-trade agreements are useless with them. Yeah, this is fine. Alright. We'll pick someone else to be the king of Ethiopia. This is classic imperialism. You didn't accept our agreement? How about these? When is the General's body pillow merch coming out? That'd be a thick pillow, bruh. I've thought about doing merch. I don't think there's enough interest in merch for me to want to pay like a graphic artist. I think I would lose money on merch, like trying to get it out. And also I think that people would feel it's a like some people are like bothered by stuff because they like feel it's a cash grab or whatever. And to some extent it is a cash grab, but to another extent, like, I make less than minimum wage hourly, but I'm also playing video games. The entire thing is, like, just, like, a bit of strangeness. But, yeah. Trading hasn't gotten disinterested in the past, at least not since blocks were released in 1.7. Are you sure? I felt like it did. I could be just wildly mistaken, though. But us being able to trade with these guys is kind of nice. Sardine Piedmont. No! Why you do this? Why you form own block? Is this part of Ethiopia? I can't remember. We can't subjugate because... Oh, I'm stupid. I'm trying to declare 2 wars at once. I'm being a silly willy. Transfer Macron, liberate Corsica, liberate Tunis, humiliate GB. Now what's your excuse? Ooh, this prevents exploits, but, like, it's kind of tedious. Okay. Oh, I forgot we could deck Greece as well. You gotta wait for that other one to escalate. Can't you help that one of them be unified? We can. But we want to open up their market first. Would have made several of your runs easier if it hadn't. Okay, I believe you. That's Somali 100%? Perfect. No, not my gumdrop buttons. We still need more railways before we can do the thing. 0 fulfill the requirement. We're currently working on the Northern Thrace ones. That'll be the first one. Whoopsie. One day we'll have this canal, and we'll be able to go through there. 16%. Do we wanna... See, the reason I kind of don't want to do road maintenance here is because I'm going to forget that we put it down there. But that would speed up construction by like 20%. Or 25%, I think, in terms of how the math works. I'm gonna forget, and then it's gonna be stupid. Russia being very likely to join us and us just getting to fight Russia alone is actually kind of exactly what we want. You know. Because we want to liberate Ukraine here. And then if Russia doesn't fight us, this is also turbo fine. We're expecting Russia to side against us here, though. Which kind of lets us fight through their truce in some sort of sense. What do you want, exactly? You want to give us investment rights, you want trade privileges, and you'll give us a money transfer. I think we're okay with this. Bound for 5 years? Yeah. There we go. That's the guy. So we can liberate Ukraine and the Cossack coast? And Poland? Who can we sway in? Egypt helping us. Egypt doesn't have an inconsequential army. Is an obligation worth? We'll make it so we can't deck them for some time. I don't think that's quite worth. And then... And that'll give us a lot of expands. I was about to say, this costs us almost nothing. It's very expensive to do that on Russia. Yeah. Treaty port on Russia is intriguing. Just right in the capital. I think it just stays around and they can't get rid of it, really. And it would give us an immediate kind of ability to push their front. Are you prestige good in Sun? We're trying to. Playing some modded Vic 3? Yep, yep. What do we take here? I think it might be Treaty Port. Treaty Port's very cute. I think they're tariffing us right now anyways. Maybe this isn't correct, but we want to kind of experiment with new stuff, so we'll put that in there. And now we can't sway anyone, but that's fine. I don't know who the other potential sway is here that we see. Oh, it's this one, Montenegro. Yeah. Warsangali gets enforced on. We will send these guys back to the Black Sea. Open Kafis market, and now we are on our way here. I think we send this guy here. Now we have like a 68 stack somewhere. Send these guys here. And then we'll send all these like medium-sized stacks over here. Not the most well-organized army. The mutual investment rights is kind of interesting. How about you just give us free investment rights, and we transfer you some goods, and you transfer us some goods. You want to give us a wine, and that. You want to give us military assistance? Oh, bro. Can we bind them up in military assistance for this long? That's pretty good for us. If we can do this. Can we say no tariffs, no subventions on something? We will not tariff silk. No, we won't. We will not subvention silk. We've already agreed to not subvention silk. We will not subvention... Well, I think we want to agree not to tariff artillery. If we do anything. We will not tariff clippers. This might get useless at some point. And we will put that in, and they will accept it and be bound for 25 years to give us military assistance, which will be a significant drain on their economy. Oh no, we missed a new Prime sub. Hacha, thank you for the Prime sub. Also Contempt, thank you for the 3 months Prime. Oh my god, it didn't make the baboop sound. Not like this. I really got to take another look at that. I had fixed it, and then now it's unfixed, and every time it comes up, I feel bad, and then I complain about it, and then I haven't fixed it. But also Lego Gent too. Thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Not like this. Thank you guys so much for the support. I do appreciate it. That's so good for us, that treaty. It's also very silly. To be honest, though, us building prestige railways, I think is actually good for them. Like, if you could give up, in your country, what is it, company HQ for something that is doing prestige railway, I think that's actually good for you, because these things don't make that much money, and the construction speed is probably like in the aggregate, it's probably worth it. For you to get prestige railways on all your stuff, which is like fascinating. Can't believe I wasn't following you on Twitch, only YouTube. Lego Gent. Oh, that's not a Lego Agent. Apologies. I prefer Lego Gent, but is that a picture of Kool-Aid? No, not Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid is so much sugar. It is like Sonic drink mix. It's got like 5 calories and it's powdered. This one's cherry, but here's an example of like what it looks like. Hopefully that didn't mess up the camera too much. Actually, let's check it, because when we do the hold up to camera thing, so this isn't the flavor we're currently using, but yeah, it blurs up the camera a little bit when we do that. I can confirm there was no baboop for your subscription. I was just quietly judging the background. As well you should. Were you judging contemptuously? Surely you were, by definition. Oh, we don't have that in Australia? It's not popular here. I mean, Sonic is like an establishment. Isaac's not Ethiopia, right? That's Somali. Or, I mean, we can look at them and they're Somali. Oh, we can't, can we? We can't deck on them because of our involvement. Oh, this play is not yet bopped. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But now we can't deck. Why can't we deck on these guys? Is that just we had it already selected? No, we can't deck on these guys. Why? Oh, okay, that all makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's fine. I'm just feeling confused. Alright, I think we move this guy here because we have 0 friction here, and I think we use this guy to land the back line like we always do. Let's take a look at our interests. We have earned another interest. We are just expanding them as organically as possible here. And then let's actually just try and land these guys and get Greece out as quickly as possible. Maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. Looks like they have a navy here. I don't know if we beat that navy. We have man of wars and they don't, so I think we win that. The only question is do we have enough guys recruited up, and I don't know the answer to that. This is going to be very bad for Russia if they lose, though. We just have a lot of stuff we need to take to enforce on them. Especially the treaty port. Maybe this was a mistake. We have to push them all the way to the capital. Maybe that's not something we can do that easily against them. Okay, here comes in the extra navy, and now I think we lose this. So, God, we just instantly get a battle. Well, I guess we're winning it. Their navy's gonna go elsewhere. Visually, it's not here, but that's not necessarily. Sometimes they tell lie, da die, DD dies. Camera's a little blurry. Is it still? No. That's a reason to like not show things like in that way, because to get it to readjust. I love watching your deep dives in the game. It's one of my favorite chill Paradox games. Chill with all that front micro? Yeah, I think it probably is relatively chill. Depending on also like how much you want to try and like min-max the systems too. Because I think getting like the first 80% of like play or whatever is like relatively easy. And it's just squeezing out that last margin, and like that's a little bit hard. I guess we're beating him here, so we won't necessarily have to watch that too close. Admiral wants to be part of the party. I think we're okay giving that to a royalist because he's really unpopular. It's gonna make the movement get smaller. We can pass a law here. We are passing a law. Just trying to think what we should use this authority on. I don't think there's a decree we really want long term. Excuse me. I should have muted my mic. Rip. I guess we do this. I mean, it's just money. But it's... yeah. Our investment pool is now draining, now that we have level of construction we want. These railways are taking forever to build, but... we need them to slot in the company. So... over here, let's keep going. One state fits the requirements. Yeah, we're gonna get 5 states to that, and then we're gonna be able to slot it in. And then I think that we'll get that prestige good relatively easy, because there's not a lot of people competing with us for the prestige good, so... we have a pretty strong advantage here. We are pushing towards cap. We have an advantage here too now. They're pushing us out. We are now losing our first naval battle here. I don't think that they still have access through... they still do have access through Austria. Interesting. So we'll try something a little bit cheeky. The AI does not seem very good at responding to that. They're also not, of course, good at responding to this. We're gonna give them another rapid advancer. So they can push 4 fronts at once. But they are getting super occupied. And they are going to ignore the fact that we're doing this. As they do. As they do. We do want our company to finish... let's actually kick these above... we want to get this company in. We're going to get a new company slot before we get the Sinai Canal. So... it's even spreading to us, so that is going to work out. I think it's egalitarianism. Always wanted to form Ethiopia as Asa because they are one minor that isn't on isolationism at game start, but they are so weak at Egypt. Wants to take Eritrea from you. The best one's probably Harar because you accept both the African pops and like the Middle Eastern pops. Game's running terrible since DLC come out. Crashes all the time. You... Are you using, what is it, Intel? I think it's either Intel or NVIDIA. I think it's Intel, like, has some difficulties this patch. I think there's a solution. I can't remember what it is. I'm trying to remember. But I would check your drivers and stuff. Wow, we have a lot of textile mills. Must be because we collapsed the price of like fabric and other stuff that it's just like, oh, this is so profitable, we have to build it. Now we have like so much frontage here that we probably should just have more guys rapid advancing. Because for every state you're adjacent to, on the front, you can push one, but we have 1, 2, you know, I guess it's just 2, because it's kind of a weird shape. And then all the ones in the south. You do want to get on Pro Army eventually. There we go. UK tried the trick of landing east of Russia in the Crimea War. It didn't go anywhere. They failed to capture local towns. Oof. Must be awkward. It's hard to fight out in Siberia, as like Japan kind of showed because they own them. Would you agree that the starting curve in Vic 3 is steep? I don't know if it's steep to like get a run going or this type of thing, but it's a little bit steep to feel like you understand what's going on, such that you feel like you have agency. Like, newer players complain that they feel like they're just watching the game, generally speaking. And I think it's because they don't understand a lot of, like, the long-term consequences of actions, so it kind of just feels like their actions do nothing. So yeah, it's kind of steep. Ethiopia is on isolationism? Haven't they always been? Or you mean off of it? We pulled them off of it. We forced them to go free trade. There was something else we wanted investment rights from them. Power Block Embassy would also be great, to be honest. We could take coffee from them. And dyes. And vino. That one should be good for us. So they send some guy to deal with that, but that's a much bigger stack than we committed there. Do we have a 88 stack here that's all on defense? No, we're just not very successful at pushing. We still haven't Wait, we have this occupied. Oh, is there land? Oh, there is a land connection. That's cool. Slightly irresponsible. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. They're definitely on it. I thought someone said they didn't start off on isolation. They said one country didn't start on it. ASA, they said, didn't start on it, I think. Healthy Man of Europe. ASA's like this one, and then they don't start on it. You ring. Yes. So, feel pretty good about this war. Actually, you know what? Okay, perfect. If they didn't have a war goal on us, if Russia didn't have a war goal on us, then we actively wouldn't want to enforce on Greece. Because if we enforce on Greece and then don't have, and Russia doesn't have a war goal on us, then we can get ticked below 0, which would be unfortunate. You mean to tell me it's snowing in Russia and we have a land war? And that's somehow a problem? Bueller? So... They are winning some of these, though. Maybe we're not in as good shape as we thought. Certainly not here, we're not. We actually can't... I hate that you can't reposition the Navy when this happens. I feel like the generals don't recruit up back properly sometimes if it's in some other person's territory rather than yours. We have one more railroad to complete before we can slot in our new railroad company. So that's exciting. think we can decrease the price of steel just like temporarily just by swapping the PM on this to iron. There should be costs for swapping PMs, like really substantive costs. This is like one of the reasons why Great Britain fell off in terms of production during the time period. It's because they had a bunch of like older technology stuff and upgrading it wasn't worth it. But because it was older, they just fell behind. And then they started swapping, instead of being the workshop of the world, they were producing the freight and the finance for the rest of the world. And then with lack of an underpinning industrial economy, they were no longer able to, after a certain point, support the finance because they were still like on the gold standard, I think. And it was difficult to maintain that when you didn't have... Where's our company, man? We saw it disappear. Why can't we establish this? I'm blind. We hadn't finished this yet. I just saw it move, so I thought it was... thought we had completed what we needed. But it was not the case. Man, this is very sluggish. Hey, thank you for the membership, Russian Patel. Thank you so very much. Big nice. Sounds like the US and China right now. A little bit. I think the situation with the US is different, but yeah. The US like exports a lot of services and other stuff, but it's similar. It's a very similar idea. You're minutes behind, that makes them out of context. Thank you so very much. Wow, we've had so many new subs today, actually. Like, the subbing relative to the view count is extremely high. So these guys are gonna come on over. We just have to make sure that Tripolitania doesn't get landed. In theory, we probably should have an army parked here, but AI doesn't play like that, so... Okay, now we should be able to slot in the company. Perfect. And it should hit prosperity pretty quick. But we're gonna give it investment rights overseas to make those things. And I don't think we want industry rights because we're going to get, another thing's going to give us industry rights. And maybe even overseas rights on this doesn't make sense for us. I think it's actually good for other countries. Producing transportation. Oh, our urban centers also benefit from this? That's kind of funny. Do some of that. I think the US just owns a lot of world trade deficit isn't as bad. Investment profits are unknown. Also, the US, the price of the US currency isn't tied to gold like Great Britain's was. I think is probably the biggest difference. Or the most substantive difference. I feel like this should be pushing in better, but it's not. Alright, time for the tried and true method. Wait, what happened? Weren't they over there with the 35 stack? Is Tripolitania out of the war now? What's going on? Because the general died, it teleported them back there? Well, that works for us. It's time to test the AI. This is the normal way, how you just beat Russia when you get tired of, like, trying to play normally. Or, like, we're pushing, it's a slog, it's snowing in Russia, maybe we don't want to do that anymore. And so, like, what you do is you just land here, and the AI just super turbo under-defends in the Barents Sea. Just did a New Granada Gran Colombia run. Zulia state is a bit OP with its oil throughput bonus. Zulia gets an oil throughput bonus? Is that new? Oh. So many of these, like, bonuses got reworked slightly. Very cool. Yikes, not a slaver. I think we can invade this, and that's probably good. No one's gonna defend here, we're just gonna get a push. So, yep. Ooh, look at this! Are they actually, they defend against this now? That's so sweet. They have, historically, they don't defend against this, like, ever. And so, like, this is how you just always get in there. And also, it takes longer to get the battles here, so we're actually not going to be able to land this way. Like, we do have a bigger stack than them, but it really doesn't matter, fundamentally, because our stacks are, like, generally very depleted here. Whereas theirs are not. And now, these guys are exiled, right? And so we can't try and re-land. So we can't shuffle land anymore either. This is like, this is something that I was having a discussion with someone. I think it's not categorically the case that they get exiled, maybe. But when they do get exiled because you're trying to do a weird shuffle landing move, then they get sent back all the way home and you can't reuse them. So. This is going to obviously push through. Yeah, so this 36 Navy actually substantively defends. And you can't just break through every Navy all the time, always. Like you could before. So, like, you actually having Navy is just actually relevant. I freaking love it. So, just hyper RL. That was me and you having the conversation? I think that, yeah, I think that's right. You can't use them when they're actually exiled. Yeah, you actually landed. Or I, like, touched where you start trying to push the front, but if the Navy leaves, then the entire thing has to leave. Right? Maybe I'm just not understanding that. I'm getting close to Ingria, though. It's just taking a while. Did they declare bankruptcy? Why are they... Actually, it seems like they're folding up here. Pretty strongly. Hey, we get our first regional HQ. So I think this is actually just good for Great Britain. This is an interesting one. Prestige Transport Regional HQ. Is it good for the recipient country? Because again, so what happens is, okay, you're not going to own these. These are going to be owned by the company. Okay. But while they're owned by the company, you're going to be benefiting from the company throughput, which is getting applied to the transportation. So you don't need to build as many railways. Railways just generally aren't very efficient per construction. But on top of that, you also get the construction bonus, right? You're getting both the company construction bonus and the throughput bonus, and the throughput's applying to your infrastructure as well, and the construction bonus is making it so you don't have to use as much construction towards these. You just don't get any of the proceeds, but maybe you don't care about the proceeds because you're often subsidizing it. I think this is like the one industry you actually want to let into your country, probably. This seems good. What is this profits? The profit's too low. Naval invasions are a bit weird on when they actually push. Yeah, it takes forever for them to actually start pushing in. Depends if you want murder on the Orient Express or a regular Orient Express. This is probably true. But we should be able to get our prosperity up reasonably quick, and then we get the prestige good. But definitely very interesting, kind of as a consideration. I think we might even have a company that they're competing with in Great Britain. Oh, they already have investment banking? Actually, we're not that far off. I just think we maybe don't have a big enough financial district. Joint stock company is coming up. We still haven't finished the canal, though. 58%. Depends on the relative size to you. If the recipient's way bigger, it's good. If the recipient's smaller, there's a high chance of your economy get taken away. Yeah, I mean, you have to give up general investment rights is the problem. I suppose. More so. If you're looking at it in isolation, allowing specifically this in your thing seems good. But speaking of, we like actually want to get investment rights on a bunch of people now. I think we automatically have them on subjects. We do, right? Yeah. How expensive is it from Qing? This is where we would really want it. I think that that's kind of a little bit hard to get. If we offer embassy and guarantee independence, though. It's getting close. Thing is, we've already offered up a bunch of stuff in there. We already have investment rights in them. Well, the big ones would be like France, Netherlands, well, the big ones are the big ones. I don't know what I'm saying. So, like, this is easy to get. We already have it from France. Do we really already have it from them, too? Okay, they don't like any goods transfers. Fair. They would love to transfer us sugar. Sugar's so cheap in our economy, I don't think this is actually bad for us in any way. But we could renegotiate this. They gave this up for free. Let's try and get this for 25 years. Oh, that seems fine. Alright. We would love to get control over their stuff. See our incorporation status on Serbia. We got another 14 years. That's kind of the next big company we want is from Serb. You want to subject and give them a monopoly, right, to free up your company slot? Yeah, so this would maybe be the way you want to go about it. Investment rights will stay on your treaties with subjects, meaning you get the diplo while not actually getting the benefit. Yeah, you can just cancel them, though. You should be able to increase the number of years in forced treaty for more infamy, like you can with money. It's annoying how it's always 5 years. Maybe. I'm not sure. I think it'd be really frustrating if Great Britain enforced something on you and you can't get rid of it. I'm just thinking, initially I'm just thinking from a gameplay perspective how I feel about that. But we're gonna pop off once we get the Panama Canal here. Which we will in very soon. Now we have no negative state construction efficiency here, see? Because, or very little. That means the decree should be, we don't need this decree anymore. Our need for violent suppression, oh, just kidding, it was super necessary, I guess. I take it all back. We must have some positive state construction efficiency from some things. That's the way it's shaking out for us. We gotta make sure we mine to the front in case it spaghettis. Looks like it's just one big front now and it's just slowly pushing. So maybe doesn't need too much of our attention. I think that's one of the two texts that increases or removes... There's two texts that remove malice on the trade unions in terms of the clout. I think that's one of them, so their clout should spike, but 1.1% spiking is kind of still inconsequential. Sure. I think we like that because we're gonna play nice with the French. We're looking to play less nice with Russia and Austria, I think. Where do we want to go from here? I don't hate Nitro here. I think we actually do want to get this, though. I think hydraulic cranes is actually super good right now. It's just going to be hard to remember to go for it in a lot of cases. Panama? Why are you building the Panama Canal? Well, we're going to build it here. Yeah? We're going to build it right here. And then we are actually going to ship it back over this way. Is how we're gonna play that. We are going to move the canal. You build the canal, and then you move it. It's exponentially more infamy, but it always ends up being 5 years. It means they can cancel your investment rights after 5 years, and you need to redeclare the war. I think I'm kind of okay with that. I mean, maybe you should be able to just have it cost a lot more infamy or something. Pro Army is cruising through now. We do have an adjacency on Ingria, so it should just be a matter of time. We could take a look here. Yeah, they're all decaying down now. They were upset because we annexed one of our subjects because we wanted to get started on this incorporation because there's a company there that we are interested in. Oh, wrong button. You guys are pushing the wrong spot. I really don't like the enforce below zero, like, as a way of resolving wars. It seems like just such a blunt instrument to, like, compensate for, like, here's where Russia should give up. I suppose Russia should have given up against Napoleon, and then they didn't, and then they beat Napoleon. But, like, this isn't that. Or is it? Yeah, that's true. We do have to never forget that France took Tunis from us. Never forget. Ooh, we do want to make sure we get a colony up in here. Can we trade South Cameroon off of Great Britain? How willing are they? God, they're so willing to give up Panama, dude. We would love to eat some clothes. We would not love to eat that many. We do have some clothing industries ourselves. I think we have a relatively expensive clothing price, though. We will not subvention sugar. We will not subvention tobacco. We will not tariff sugar. We will not tariff tobacco. Close enough to 100%. EU4 has more dynamic wars. Well, the declaration thing is more dynamic for Vicky. Like, the Diplo play is more dynamic, but it's like maybe a little too dynamic, eh? I think PDX games use the enforce below zero mechanic, although EU is the exception. I feel like Stellaris, or like Stellaris, there's not like a block if you don't take this where you just can get permanent wars for forever. But also, like, sometimes you're winning the war, but because they don't have like war score on you, like you're making huge progress like very quickly. But since there's no war score or war goal on you, you're just like you're out of luck. It's like tough. Oh, we probably have mandate, don't we? Yeah. And then I think we want to do companies. Not necessarily because it's best, but... We would also super love South Cameroon if we could trade for that. If that's even there still. It is. Oh, this is the uncomfortable part of the stream where I know like at least 20% of you guys have seen it, so you know exactly where it is on the screen, and you're freaking out because you know where it is. But I haven't seen it. Is it actually just not here? I didn't see British Gabon either. Stellaris definitely had the mechanics, same with CK3. It's a community gripe that's tough to tell if you required all the planets occupied in Stellaris. Yeah. I'm having this problem where I watch a video or stream while playing CK, Vic3, your PC freezes. I do not know about this. Can it not be traded until it's done being colonized? That must be it. You're right. Because Kenya was finished colonizing when we traded for it. Or we can't trade using that interaction. I think there's still the other interaction, like the trade state interaction, or maybe that's dead. Okay, that's probably it. We really don't need enactment chance, but we actively don't want the other thing, so... Team, occupy everything but Ingria, even though Ingria is the war goal. See, we got another HQ somewhere else yet? No, just Great Britain. We have a ton of... Oh, we're gonna get a bunch in, like, all over here, too. I don't think we want National Guard. Ooh, I didn't see if that was the minus, like, really big approval level one. Hadar, thank you for the follow, big nice. I almost said Hodor. Thank you for the follow. Alright, we're making progress now. Soon, soon, soon. It's gonna help our armies a little bit. I think we just want to jump on a corporate state when we make the swap. So we maybe try and get off of slavery here. We really can't reform the government to something legitimate. This is it. Ugh. I think I generally like protectionism, so I'm thinking we're gonna do that. So we can actually import stuff a little bit better. Our ability to import stuff will actually probably dick with most of our transfers, though. Like, the fact that we're transferring stuff back and forth actually might be made harder by imports being easier. Because it resolves prices. Yeah, we're just getting gobs of money, taking stuff and sending it to Qing. And it's taking us like 1k convoys, but that's it. What is this? With this perfect timing is what this is. We wanted to release Hungary. Transvaal? They're going after it? Oh, I don't think we've seen this very often. We don't see that very often. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Surely I have, but... Why can't we lib country on them? As a primary war goal. Wait, who went over... Who's the bad boy? Russia went over 100 infamy? Did they really? I forget where you check this in the UI. I'm not used to checking other people's infamy. I thought it was here. No, they can't. It's just a weird UI thing. Kava can join block. Hell yeah. We wanted to subjugate Kava this way. They want an alliance. I almost didn't notice the alliance part. How about this, bud? 25 years. They were reputable. Yeah, I was looking for some freak out number. The new transfer mechanic feels wrong. The government getting paid for exports and not having to pay for imports feels like a strange dissymmetry. Yeah, both sides should maybe have to split the difference. But the fact that it's just like you're importing stuff just to arbitrage it. Egypt doesn't know who it wants to help. The return state on them. I think we'd do that pretty soon. But just occupy anywhere but here. Oh, we were trying to figure out why we couldn't liberate. It's a Diplo demand. Is that just a UI thing? I mean, if Russia joins against us, I think that's not bad for us. Maybe this is too aggressive. This feels fine, though. Forced transit rights. That's not something we care about. Liberate Krakow. Galicia Lombardia has like annoying ass borders. We're not gonna release it. Maybe we're supposed to release it. Have you tried changing brown? Okay. Well, you always paid in theory. When I first started sending paper to the US, it was costing me money since it was more expensive on the market. It was only later it got cheap. Yeah, it's just you have a lot of agency, and it's maybe the problem is that more that the AI is willing to accept deals that they ought not to, or transfers that they ought not to. But the thing is, they don't have to pay for it. It's always just it's effectively a form of taxation. But it doesn't have a cost like taxation does. Like, when I increase taxes here, I have to pay a cost. There's an opportunity cost in this negative stuff, and there's an opportunity cost of the laws and this type of stuff. The end user who's most disaffected by the relationship is going to be POPs. And so it's effectively a tax. So... and so getting a free ability to tax POPs, and it's not even yeah, I guess it always is your POPs when you're making money, but we're just writing that down because that's probably a point we want to make in like a future video, or like a way to think about it. It's just a free tax that you get to put in. It's kind of like a consumption tax, except it doesn't cost authority. It's very powerful. Yeah, and then arbitraging it through. Because when you receive the opium, your pops are benefiting, and then when you send it back out, your pops are suffering. But, like, arbitrage is just, like, net super free. So, like, Britain's pops... Great Britain's pops is suffering because of the relationship we have where we're taking opium from them and transferring it to China. But the AI is, like, not... is too willing to, like, allow arbitrage stuff. Yeah, so this is exactly what we wanted here, where Russia joins in and we can release a bunch of stuff from Russia. See how our interests look. We won't get cheeky. We've said we're going to, like, do this, like, organically, radiating out. We're going to keep doing that. But we are going to put more in so we can liberate different stuff off of Russia. Nice. It should employ up really quick because we own the entire state. Or it's just already employed up. Perfect. So we will be able to slot in the Suez Canal Company. I'm very used to saying Panama Canal because from the run we did with the Panama. And we'll give industry rights to shipyards because I don't think we're going to have that otherwise, and we'll give investment rights as well. I think we actually don't want this Russia war to end until after we... Okay, the front is spaghettiing. Oh my god. And boy. So I think we do want to take Baku. Do we lose anything by not having direct access to Baku? I don't think we do. Because we do need to get that incorporated. What's Saudi European want? They don't want anything. What do these guys want? They don't want anything. Fake news that they will sway our way. This feels like a lot for a transfer. I think maybe convoys going negative was more substantial malice. It might feel better, but as it stands, the transfer isn't even cancelled by negative convoys. Well, also, convoys are just super free. They're just like a byproduct of ports, because ports are giving the merchant marine now. So... Although it's interesting, it does seem to be included in the trade statistics for averaging calculations if you look at the good. I don't figure out... And try and figure out exactly how. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna try and liberate more stuff. Don Cossack Coast and Ukraine are getting lived. Kazakhstan's pretty big, though. Poland's getting lived. Lithuania is, like, weird shape. Or, like, Lithuania is not that big. But Kazakhstan is one of the big ones. And now we're kind of committed in some sense. Yeah, war reps aren't all that useful. But we could make... Why can we make this primary but not... Oh, because it's on Russia. Yeah, okay, sure. Liberate Armenia. Kinda don't hate liberating Armenia. Maybe there's a treaty article in particular we would want, but I don't think there is. Oh, is it development? Yeah. Bulk trading time, baby. If another country has a treaty port in someone, let's say a traditional British Qing treaty port, and I'm playing as Egypt and building up opium to extract the world, will it sell to Qing through a British treaty port? Would market mechanics and that British traders along Hong Kong make the profit? Yeah, they would be the ones making the profit. By taking Baku oil? Yes. Belarus is also a decent one? You're so right. We're living Poland, but we're not living Belarus. That's way better than... Yep. Did we not see that because Belarus isn't an option? It should be an option, given our interests. Do I not have eyes? I must not have eyes. I hate it when I don't have eyes. Estonia is not Belarus. This is not Belarus. Chechnya is not Belarus. Circassian is not Belarus. Not Belarus, not Belarus, not Belarus, not Belarus. Not Belarus. Not Belarus, not Belarus. Belarus is just not on here. I don't know why it's not on here. Huh, that's weird. You don't have an interest in Belarus? My guy. Or is it just not... I think we have an interest in Poland. Oh, you're right. I can't put an interest in Belarus is why I don't have an interest in Belarus. You are correct. We're just gonna liberate Armenia. We're controlling Cap, so... I don't think it boots all of our armies such that we have to reoccupy. If it does, then this will actually be turbo painful. Oh, we're gonna finish this war too soon. Not like this. This actually is gonna be turbo painful. It's fortunate though, because we do have this. Nice treaty port, bro. Thanks, bro. Oh, these guys... Why can't I? Excuse me? Because they're exiled? I want them to come back here, though. No, please. That's not their home HQ, so I kind of get it. Oh, God. But these guys come that way. That is so weird. Alright, I guess that's fine, though. And now Russia's also just way weaker, so this shouldn't be as hard as it like otherwise would be. I'm gonna put those guys there. This guy can come over here, I guess. Actually, how many guys are here? 9? Maybe we just use this army. Just put everything on the Ingria front. The 4 stack is somewhere. Where's the 4 stack? We are going to use them to do a landing. In the Bombay HQ. Alright, I guess they're in the right position. I think we're kind of okay going nitro. Oh, labor movement, actually. No prestige goods here, sad. I think we're just gonna let our auto queue figure. Oh, we don't even have this on. I think we're gonna let our auto queue figure stuff out and kind of kick our entire economy in the nuts a little bit, but not want to micro these railways hard enough to fix it. A lot of railways. We'll need a lot of railways if we do that. But we do want our company to use our company construction. Maybe that'll work. And while that's our only thing, we will get 20% throughput on everything. So, like, we actually want to create a situation where we're getting 20% throughput on everything. How's the poll going? Actually. You guys say yes? No. Oh, who are they fighting, too? What is this? You're getting landed by France, my guy? That's a big yikes. We'll just occupy that right quick. Oh, they probably lost almost all their navy, didn't they? Russia, most of their navy was probably stationed in Ukraine, if I recall, like Russia's starting conditions. The only thing is if we don't get to, if they get to Austria capital before we do, oh, this might not work the way we want it to. I think this isn't going to work the way we want it to. I think they're going to lose the Rev to the revolutionary Austria, and then they're going to full annex them, and we won't get the Hungary release. That's probably still okay, though. Let's improve relations with these guys if we can. Enemy of my enemy. Something. Something. Oh, we're not getting a push off. Yikes. The classic. Treaty ports are fun. Treaty ports are fun. We have one with Russia now. Do you live literally inside a rally car event? No, but there is like, we're actually located in downstairs, and upstairs is a go-kart. It's a go-kart, raceway, yeah. And I know what you might be thinking, why would you put all that concrete upstairs? I don't know. I don't have the answers, Sway. I do not have the answers. Oh, it's even better because we get extra trade capacity here. Oh, we don't. Oh, wait. Ingria we do. Do we not? We don't. Oh, that's cute. Like, this one we get trade capacity, right? They make Russia's just suck. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, the problem is we're not going to occupy Cap on this place. Actually, wait, where is the Cap? Cap's Boho. Yeah, we're not going to be the one to occupy Boho. I guess we could occupy all of Hungary. We should have a decent pace of pushing here. Push, push, push. Oh, that's not going to do anything. We already have full state coverage, I think, on advancing armies. I'm looking to maximize SOL in your country. What would be the drawback from none subventions to importing basic goods? What would be the drawback? None on from none to some subventions to importing basic goods, i.e. wood, iron, max export tariffs. on intermediary goods like clothes, groceries. If you're looking to maximize SOL, you probably should just... you should probably not be trying to export consumer goods ever. Presumably I want to reduce the cost of goods in your market that cheap for pops to buy their needs. Yeah, you want to tariff the exports. Maybe I misread your comment, but you would want to tariff exports of any consumer good, specifically like the ones that are like big buy baskets for your lower rung pops. So you'd want to tariff the export of all of this, and then maybe even encourage the import of it. Although you could probably just specialize in your own industry and build it all yourself, and just tolerate the fact that your construction is just super inefficient because you don't care about efficiency. You're trying to go for something else. Well, Austria is going to be out fairly soon. It's a good thing that they have a Wargle on us. Oh, we're getting wrecked over here. Oh, they assigned so much more than they had before. Okay. I was about to say they can't enforce on us, but they can, actually. Actual. Okay. Alright, let's see how they respond to all this. This is going to brick that front, I think, or brick their access to the front, so we'll try and get a few landings in to fix things up. Yeah, so one of the things is, like, I feel like if you occupy the stuff, and it flips to the Rev, you should get an option to fight the Rev. That just flipped. I don't know. What's going to happen here is we're not going to get a release on Hungary unless we enforce really quick. And we're not going to enforce really quick because we don't have the below zero requirements. Oh, it did work like how we wanted. Now we're in rough shape, though. Oh boy. It's not quite the timing we were looking for, eh? Is this unwinnable? This might be unwinnable. This might be unwinnable here. Behold the little army that could. The thing is, we're just actually making like zero progress here. And I was expecting to like be able to blitz this down maybe. I hate this event because I feel like it doesn't properly explain what's going on, and I think when we click the upper option, it makes them free. We don't have a problem with them all merging together, but we don't want to free them, and I'm not sure exactly how that works. So we're gonna save. Fireworks season, lots of little fixes to weird intricacies like that one. Your revolution happened at a slightly inconvenient time for me. Conscripts, yeah, conscripts is. We're already conscripting up a bunch, but we have to shuffle, I guess, we have to shuffle conscripts from one army to another. Is I think how we're gonna have to play this. Like we have a bunch of conscripts. Where are all of our conscripts? Oh, a lot of our conscripts got nuked because we changed what our army was. Okay. 80 stack, brother. Yeah, we were relying on being able to enforce out Russia kind of fast, and that's not what's happening. Oh, the whole thing that we did the thing for. Okay, if we can hold and push, that's fine with us. The thing is, we don't know if we're pushing. Okay. How do we fix this? Literally funded the new DLC after I bought it because I kept crashing your game on saving. Yeah, there's like... They're trying to fix that, but it's something like to do with Intel. Like not being compatible, like Intel plus Windows. God, I hate having to try this hard. When I'm streaming more. So I might be chatting a little bit less while we're trying to figure out how to win this. I think we're fine with them taking this. Oh no, we're not. Shit. No, we are, because the United Principalities now controls that. Alright. Now, can we be... We cannot be enforced below 0 because Tripletania is not taken. Okay, cool. Okay. This should help with the offense number. Can we select all? No, we can't. These are kind of all of our big armies. I kind of don't want to stimulate tobacco, but we don't mind stimulating opium and liquor. So let's do that. And this is going to be a cute place where we can try and reland repeatedly. We do have an advantage on this front now, so we shouldn't get pushed out there too quick. So here's the problem situation, or the problem area. No more capacity left on there. Looks like we are... Why is this 21? That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen the AI assign such a small stack, such that we have an advantage with 4. Why do we have a 21 advantage with versus 7 stack? That's so weird. Maybe they're just completely depleted. We are pushing here now. We have some armies coming in. We have barracks recruiting up. And the reason why we split all the barracks is because they'll recruit... the number of barracks you have, if my memory is correct, doesn't increase the rate at which you recruit up. So putting one barracks everywhere is better than putting like a stack of barracks in one place. It's related to Intelbug. I think there's a fix for it posted on the forums. I think there is too, but you have to like update and switch to and use Vulcan. Yeah. Vulcan is the thing. I hate the Uni nerf so much. You mean the buff? It's a huge buff. Oh, it's a nerf in terms of construction, but it costs it gives half as much. It gives half as much innovation, but it costs less than half as much. Like upkeep and this type of thing. Oh, we're importing. We're getting extra throughput here because we're importing from someone who's got a bank. Cool. Oh, what's going on? Why did we suddenly... Oh, because we deleted and recruited back up. Yeah. But now we should actually have offense. Because, yeah. Yeah. We should actually have offense now. Because we had, like, mono infantry from our conscripts before. Getting on that's going to be important. Who's... No. Not white piecing anything. Oh, when did this come? 115 stack. Holy shit. I mean, I think we're going to start taking out Russia soon here, so this is good, because they're pushing our capital. See about doing this. We'll let them push out this. I think we'll set this guy. Yikes. Delaying tactics it is. I think we'll put in another couple guys. You do not want to push there. Maybe you want to push there. We have a ton of conscripts coming up here, so we should be slowly acquiring an advantage here. We do want them to go for that. Have a big advantage here now. Are they shuffling around their units a lot? Think about some mass migrations. How are we doing on offense here? 40 offense to 41, so that's kind of where we're kind of in it. It's kind of what we want. Do you have rapid advance? You probably should. No, you don't? You have adamant defense though? Let's actually shift you over here. Are we winning this? I think we should be. How are we doing on the landing? We are getting in. No, this may be a lie. We have a lot of offense, but they got some more guys. What the hell is here? Oh, we really just have a one stack and they completely abandon everything? Alright, well... Maybe we win for that type of cheese. Too bad we don't have any... Oh, we can do this. There's the rapid advance. We are about to win, I think, this final battle for occupation here on Russia. No, I don't think we get 25 a battle. So, well, we do. So that's Russia taking out. So they're gonna tick below 0. War support's -3, so 3 a tick is kind of not very fast. We're now -38 here. Oh, we might have to make more adjustments. Alright, we'll scroll down a little bit because we already did this. Are we winning this? Looks like it. Might not smell like it. We are slowly, or we were slowly pushing up there. I mean, how are we doing? We could actually swap some of these guys to defense, I think. We don't want to get involved in too many battles and get pushed out from their capital. So we just have to survive long enough. But here's the kicker. No, they're conquered Tripoli's from Austria. Perfect. So Austria has this. So we won't get ticked out unless they take our cap, which this could push our cap, but the question is like, can we enforce out Russia fast enough? They're minus 19. I think we have this. I'm gonna say this is the part of the game I enjoy. Yeah. We have a loud car outside. Are you gonna update to the new economics laws once more meta? Yeah, we're gonna update. We're gonna do some more updated tutorials because a lot's kind of changed. I've been getting a lot of requests, but like to some extent, I can't, like, I think we'd rather have the... Actually... Having abolitionists is probably fine. I'm just thinking if we actively want those royalists to be a modernizer instead. I mean, we want to pass modernizer stuff, but we just, like, can't make a legitimate government right now. It's kind of the struggle. To be fair, part of that's the tax rate.
You okay?
We're number 3 GP. Who owns our GDP, though? Egypt. Buildings that are left over. Yeah, okay, fair. Oh, let's improve relations with these guys. Or... we want to get these guys into our block. I think this is what we want. We have enough influence to do trade privileges both ways, I think. If you just give them to it, it's less of a pressure on your influence, but I think that this is fine. We could probably try and take some more stuff from them, but I think we're just not going to. I think it's unnecessary for what we're trying to do. So trade privileges here, not going to be useful. But we'll do that. Alright. Suddenly this got really easy. Suddenly we don't have to cry anymore. I mean, it's still pressure on Austria. Why do they not care about this 2-stack here? Is that 7-stack trying to come there? I guess the 7-stack's trying to come in. We are kind of getting pushed out. but now we have an advantage here. They don't have. They might not have enough generals there to fully catch all of our battles. All right. You're making me want to do another World Conquest run. I know it's not the buy this patch, but it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. Thank you very much, Germany. Basically, thanks, Germany. These guys have market access through Persia. It's very cute. Kazakhstan. Will you please give us this? I want the approval on them. So now it should be relatively trivial to beat Austria here. Still, the push into Boho is like freaking miserable. I guess let's do this. The AI seems really bad at defending against this. It looks like they did a sign up here, but now they're weak down here. Experienced offensive planner. Time for you to advance. Actually, you could even pillage. They're at the front and they're pushing. Why is this a 60 stack? What did we do here? What is this monstrosity? Alright, these guys are pushing though. Do they get independence? Oh, God damn it. We didn't want to give them independence. You know what, it's fine. It's not that big a deal. Wallachia is a really good state, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, guys. Chat, it's fine. No need to be alarmed. You know what, we're just gonna give them everything and then annex them or something. I'm not sure what they're asking for here, but we'll say it's fine. I think we do this so they could actually trade in the world market. And that treaty should hold for a while. Austria's pushing them. Fantastic. It's really just France is pushing Germany here. I think Austria's probably assigned a lot of their guys to our front. I don't think they're going to be very good about defending a landing here. So let's see about that. Oh, let's also make sure to incorporate Baku. Oh, it's a 5-year incorporation? Hell yeah, brother. I think that means we're going to actually make a slight adjustment here. Kazakhstan, the greatest country in the world. It's nice. Saw a video of Neff when he granted all of his subjects investment rights in his own country. He seemed quite strong. Yeah, and then he gets diverse companies. I think that's probably smart. It's very cool. They have no companies. But I do think I need to think through that a little bit more. But them using your construction and turbo boosting it, it seems like it'd be good. This is something we thought about like pretty early on in like Access, and then like I hadn't thought about it again until someone brought it up. Or someone mentioned the Neff thing earlier today. I mean, we don't want to go theocracy. I think we're kind of okay getting at least some form of schools in, even if it's religious schools, and we could just swap off these later. Let's do this. Yeah, they're not in the best of shape here. Yeah, we should be turbo burning them now. Oh no, the front's been spaghettied. Why did we get exiled after taking this? Because the front got restored? Not sure I like that. We now have more surface area to advance though, so we can run more battles. Which is kind of all we want. We almost have this. Or we do have this. So weird not getting war reps all over the place, but it does slow you down a lot. It's kind of neat. I'm kind of liking it. I mean, we can grant them access to the sea. I think we have to maybe wait for Monday for them to determine that they actually don't have access to the sea. We got a baboob. My brain. Swiss smog. I think we missed that baboob. If you're still here, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Chuck B 2015. Thank you for the follow. Very nice. It's nice. Let's maybe lock this in for 25 years, because I'm expecting that they kind of get a little bit uppity about this. And then let's see if we can goods transfer somewhere here. Or we can transfer to them a bunch of sugar. Hell yeah. Luxury clothing. I think we're kind of okay with this. But I think we'll actually make money on it, so... Merchant Marine they're not going to have very good sources of, so... See if we could do a goods transfer here. Their markets are usually like turbo fucked up, like right when they get released, so... We can't do a goods transfer? They must not have access to the market? Or am I just going crazy? We could just throw it up for the huge chance. How do you buff smaller nations now since corn laws got nerfed into oblivion? Tech spread, better unique companies? I think smaller nations are stronger than they've ever been because treaties are... the benefit you get from treaties is proportionally much bigger for small countries. Is that a Ottoman Baltic treaty port? That is righteous Ottoman clay. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't the faintest clue what you mean. Really, it's quite a bit of a curiosity what you could possibly mean by that. Let's build some, yeah. Now research modern economy theory and changes PMs. Yeah, so the thing is like, you investing in your subject a whole ton is like kind of mid, because they often use bad PMs, but them investing you You don't have that same thing going on. Because they don't use bad PMs. No, no, that's super cute. I like it. I'm into it. It's probably good. It's probably good, but you have to micromanage it a little bit. They did decline us. We do have another company slot here. Unfortunately, this place isn't incorporated yet. 10 years till we can do that. We maybe have to use an intermediary company. Is it maybe time for the engine company? I kind of didn't want to do the tractor company, though. Do we have prestige this? Not even owned by the company, yikes. We misclicked there. Am I just going psychotic? Where is the... HQ's in Bulgaria is here, okay. Is it producing... Nope, it's not producing luxury transport. It can't hire up. Yeah, hire that, baby. Alright, Bulgaria is really not where we would have chosen to put it. I wish you could choose where to put it a little bit better. A little bit more. Let's do this, which is going to cause a lot of railways to be built in a lot of places. How's these guys doing? They have regional HQs in a couple spots now. Cool. Austria is so wrecked. We're gonna get... I wonder if we get a Giga Germany with what's left over. I think that we started improving relations with them, though. It'll take a long time, but I think eventually we can subjugate Austria here. No, we won't mess with that. This is my biggest gripe. Difficult to modernize? Yeah, I mean, it's just turbo easy. AI Central Europe? Dude. I don't think they have enough states for it, but that'd be sweet. Persia obligation expiring. Well, I mean, I guess. They are decreasing down. That's probably our next thing, is we reduce autonomy on Persia. Why can't we go after you? Oh, because you're someone else's subject. I think Mara is going to be... At this point, I don't think we're scared of any one individual person, although we would not like to fight, like, the UK and France simultaneously. We're letting the auto queue kind of take the wheel a little bit. It is auto-expanding. I mean, I guess we could set up the engine company. I'm actually not 100% sure we even want the engine company, though, now. We could go for this. We could look around to see if there's something else from the more unique companies mod that we've missed. It's probably a decent shout, that. It's 100% optimal to not optimal to float this infamy decay thing. We can now do that. I think I like that for our interests. Cannot invite any countries to our power block. We are doing well with the Don Costa Coast, though. Having an adjacency makes a big difference. Wow, projected leverage super coming in strong for them. I mean, we're making up a lot of ground here, but primary culture, low acceptance. That's true. We have state, we're Islam religion, so it's going to be really hard to get people in. I think it goes both ways, Nike's fan, by the way. We were discussing it. Prestige cotton is never a bad idea. No, but when you have overseas investment and it's owned by the company, and then the company gets deleted, I think it puts it up for sale. So I think you just end up losing the levels in a lot of situations there. I guess we were turbo scraping the bottom of the barrel as well, so let's do some of that. Eagles up. What's up? Eagles. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Biggest nicest. I don't know if we want to subjugate them or oh Jesus Christ. I don't think I'm gonna attack Armenia as the Ottomans. I can't do it. I'm sorry to everyone who wanted me to. I think we do this though, and try and pull them into the block. I started following your videos. A large part of the calculus deciding what to build was ownership. Since companies are always capitalist, is there a reason you don't like agricultural companies? You know what? You're probably right that I just have like residue, like to agrarian-oriented stuff. But there are reasons. Prices tend to collapse on agrarian goods, so cotton plantations will tend to collapse in price. Because of the relationships of all of the industries together. And I don't think cotton ends up being like a large amount of additional throughput as a prestige good. I think the big ones are like tools and steel. We could look at what we have right now, and it's a matter of what, in terms of buy orders, what is the highest that is an industrial good. And it looks right now softwood. There's no softwood prestige good, though. Softwood prestige good would be insane. At least for nice borders, man. I can't. Iron is also really good. There's not much prestige iron, but there's no prestige softwood. Prestige softwood would be absolutely insane in the early game. It would go so hard. We're also at the like weird zone where increasing GDP decreases our investment pool contribution. We're getting so much from overseas it doesn't matter, but we're in the funny zone. We're not very well calibrated on how many unis we have to build. Where's our biggest pop place? It's like Lower Egypt's pretty high pop. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna push unis up there to EOS as well. Give it and do it. I just can't. I was talking about it the other day. I was talking about our video like yesterday with people on Discord. We'll just subjugate them diplomatically. We could also become Turkey once we change our laws. We're currently doing religious schools right now, though. God, I guess we're really just hard waiting like forever years to annex North Serbia and get the incorporation. You can accelerate it if we forced a. I can't remember if it has to be a revolution or a separatist movement, but you can do it that way. We've also been going quite a while. Maybe we want to call it a stream. I'm trying to think if we have anything that's coming up like in the immediate future that's going to be a big deal. I think the future big deal is us getting the Baku company and then also getting the tooling company here. Why don't we just take a look at the tooling company, because I guess some people who are coming in more recently are probably not know exactly what we're talking about. Actually, we're going to go for investment banking, right? Oh no, I think we need mutual funds. Do we just not have the requirement because we don't have the requirement because we don't have a high enough financial district location? I think we need like 20 or 30 or something. No, that's high enough. I don't know why we can't do banks. Researched investment banks. Oh, yep, okay, that's why. That is why. But since we own that territory, we should be able to see the company now. FMB F0 should probably declare war. Absolutely. We're not playing as tight as possible, basically. But yeah, you are correct. We are trying to expand relatively organically. I don't remember seeing this company. Wait, what the hell? Where did this come from? I mean, we already added shipyards somewhere. So this isn't going to push the needle for... Or it's not going to quite be what we want, but... This is the one that we're holding out for. Holding out on a prayer. This company is also real good now. Maybe going construction for this company is actually reasonable. It's hard to get add-ons for lead. The thing is, steel's pretty readily available in a lot of good companies. Jams, thank you for the follow, big nice. But yeah, we wanted the prestige tools, because we're kind of trying to watch prestige goods in terms of effects this run. And with this coming in, it requires Northern Serbia, but it has to be incorporated. It has to be incorporated. Unfortunately. Wow, there's so many port companies here, like, in the Mediterranean. But yeah, this is another one we're thinking of, but we're already going to have coverage on motor industries, and I think that engines... So the thing is like, prestige engines is very intriguing to me, because you can have 100% of your inputs on, like, all the plantations, if you like, be a prestige good, and 20% throughput on all this stuff. I've started going agricultural companies, not sure if it's good, but there's no so much overlap with the other companies. No, that's fair. That's, I mean, we could do the cotton one, because we're not planning on doing this. We're planning on doing Baku. The cotton one is a prestige good. We're kind of running out of prestige good companies. Cotton's kind of cute because it's a prestige good that's consumer good and an industrial good. But we're going to be putting in this company. We're also trying to use more from the more unique companies mod than not, if possible. But we kind of don't have as many companies. We'll get more when we annex Persia. Reduce Hijazi autonomy. What can we do this in exchange for? Not an indirect subject, God. I think we want them to actually do that first. I was thinking of just like decking on them there. Subjugating Buganda is probably okay. Super nice that we have access through the canal now. What do these guys want? Investment rights and trade privileges. We're super okay with this. We maybe even want it in for a longer period of time. But we will scoop up all their... things. But yeah, you're right, the overlap's hard to avoid, and that's like a significant issue. I've got a company that's clothes and prestige meat. You're playing USA? For USA, I actually think the cotton company is like pretty solid. But yeah, we're thinking of slotting that in right now, the cotton company for us here. Because we're going to get one additional company also from our charter. So we have actually like another company coming in. And this has a prestige thing, and it has silk on it. We're not going to hit silk some other way. Yeah, maybe we should just not let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. This is probably solid enough. And we can always unslot it if we really like. Like, every unique Belgium company has motors, it's rough, yeah. Motors and steel seems like the thing that has a ton of overlap. In this one, you know, paper's gonna be the, like, big overlap, so I guess we go with this. I think we'll just make this a round 5-hour stream, so we'll go, like, another 6 minutes. Buganda backs down, perfect. We're looking to get more subjects so we get more authority from vassalization. It's 20 authority per subject. Really big nerf on that. They really went after like a ton of meta stuff super hard. God. Coal would be so good as a prestige. Iron's also really good as a prestige too. It's a little bit more targeted. They break their agreement. Not my gumdrop buttons. Oh, I think they broke that early. That's infamy for them. Is it not? Oh, maybe they didn't break it early. Why do you hate this so much? They're antagonistic towards us. Bro, what happened? I don't know what pushed this. Did we pass them in GP them? Are they number 4 GP? No? Huh. That was a little bit weird. Belgium, like every unique Belgian company. Okay, yeah, we already read that. Oh, you're playing Belgium. Just kind of looking at the new kids on the block that we should have relatively good things on. The thing is that the reason they don't want to join is a lot of it has to do with like acceptance, and that we're on racial segregation really doesn't help us. While France is damaging relations. That is interesting. Try and trade Great Britain for South Cameroon now, I think. Soy Lord Wu, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. We're blind, right? Or I'm blind. I'll not condemn you guys all with me. Yeah, South Cameroon. How are they colonizing Tanganyika? They only value it at like 100. Insane. So we could just like go goods transfer. They're not feeling it. Goods transfer. That's like way too much clothes, but yeah, sure. This is helping them to specialize in those things. We don't really want to push those specifically, so that's also helping us to avoid building some clothing industries. Although we actually do have a decent chunk of clothing industries, so maybe it's no good. No subventions on opium, sure. No subventions on merchant marine. We're already giving that up. On that. No tariffs. Certainly not going to tariff ammo. If we run out of ammo, we'd rather not run out. It saves it, right? I was trying to click escape to get out of the thing. So this will be bound for 5 years, and we'll get South Cameroon. Easy. You should probably check on the Australian companies if you want coal. Australian prestige coal? We're trying to expand organically, though. Australia's like a weird pivot. Where did strategic targeting go? They get rid of this patch? Strategic targeting. I don't know what you mean by that. I just know the car is loud outside. I'm become loud. Cars of outside. You just give up now, right? Bueller? We want to wait until Great Britain finishes that. I don't think we want to give our guy a grifter. Oh, we keep on drifting up in relations. We have to be not super good relations. Because we're having... I think they have a significant, like, lobby against us anyways here. We're going to be able to reduce autonomy with Persia relatively soon, so that's kind of coming on up. Let's do that. It seems really easy to cut off Great Britain now as a consequence of them kind of accepting deals like that, though, because we got Kenya and now we have this, and so now they just have this little... I guess they're gonna go for Ireland. Australia gives prestige cool. That's so strong. It's all generals, not fronts. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I get you, yeah. Yeah, the designate strategic objective. It's been moved. We can afford this stuff? Yeah, I think we can. Wealth voting would be nice. Who likes this, that we can pass this? Armed Forces? What's the IG? Yeah. I don't think this will earn us much more money. Yeah, 8K. It is more money, but it's not much more. Kinda wanna get off slave trade, man. Our government blocks are just turbo bad for it. Oh, we could do an agreement for someone to ban slavery. Danny Santini, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Because the Conservative Party is like, well, actually, we could fire every general, and that would actually probably do a pretty big number on the Conservative Party. It would also force them out. So if we put in the Freedom and Accord Party, the problem is our parties are just too big. But if we put in this party beforehand, and then we make the Conservative Party revolutionary, then they get pushed out. And maybe this is legitimate, but it's probably not legitimate with the Ulema and the Intelligentsia simultaneously. And our real problem is the PB is also not in here. We have a modernizer that's kind of okay. Authoritarian and theocrat, just actually kind of an awkward. Our kingdom for like a modernizer that's religious folk. I think we don't have too much going on. Yeah, we can invite this guy and that's it. Have we reached the #1 most profitable company? Oh, most certainly not. We don't have companies right now that are very conducive towards that. And we kind of just got our companies slotted in. Yeah, our railroad company's making 9K. And that's it. Like the level of profit on railroads should just be terrible, just generally. So we have a Canal company, which is not going to be that large a share of, like in terms of share of GDP, none of these industries are good except for this one, which we just slot in like a couple minutes ago. But how much are we earning from tariffs right now? This is another thing that I've been kind of curious about, is like generating money through tariffs. Like how, like almost reasonable is it? We're currently generating primarily money from luxury clothes and coal on tariffs. Are we tariffing the import of coal? I don't think we have a lot of coal ourselves. Is that what's going on? Yeah, coal's expensive. Yeah, our sell orders are coming from coal. I think we actually just would like to make more coal ourselves. We just don't have an industry for it. Ah, man, we like, we're gonna have an industry for iron, and then we actually don't have a coal slot. We could put in... Bro, maybe it is go for Australia. God, that seems kind of insipid. We could go for Australia, though. I kind of like the organic expansion and getting some subjects in here. And taking Persia and, like, this block. But maybe Australia's fine. Something like this. Alright. We've been streaming a little over 5 hours. I think we want to work on some other stuff today, and so don't want to get too caught up in the stream. Too lost in the sauce. So we're going to see if anyone is streaming on Twitch that we want to raid. And then I think we're going to call it.
Oh, if we look at the stats, I'm sure we would see...
I'm sure, too. Resorty's streaming. We've kind of raided him a lot. I guess that's not necessarily a bad thing to keep raiding him. Very wholesome. Let's see if there's someone else in the Victoria 3 streets. Maybe we see if there's... Not like this. Oh, we could just mute the tab. That's fine. Someone's got a non-zero amount of views and is playing Poland. So it's time to raid the VTuber. If you're allergic to VTubers, do not click. And then we'll also provide the link to the YouTubers. Oh no. That's here. Let's the link to the YouTubers here. And then the raid. Yeah, trying to make Poland. Trench Fembro, YouTuber, VTuber, fair enough. ESL too. So if you know French, Sacre bleu, je suis un chat. And then we will call it bye-bye YouTubers. And then for the Twitch people, we are off and on our way towards the raid. I think we already clicked raid now. Alright, there we go.